Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Welcome to day 2 of the joint US FDA-MHRA-UK Health Canada Good Clinical Practice and Pharmacovigilance Symposium. Good day, good night, good evening from wherever you are worldwide. My name is Ray Ford. I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance Program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, which in turn resides at FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, Office of Communications. It's my pleasure, along with my CEDAR colleagues, to be with you here for today too. This slide provides QR codes for our social media avenues. You can scan them now with your phones and be taken to the appropriate platform. They'll also be advertised across the screen and the banner during the breaks if you miss it now. We do have some details and logistics to share with anyone. This is a hybrid event with online and in-person attendees. As such, there may be some internet issues. If we encounter those, we'll try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. Speaking of tech issues, here's the link for our one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, downloading files, and accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance. And there's much more. We invite you to submit your questions via the QR code that's right here on the screen so that we'll have a vibrant, productive Q&A session. When you do submit your questions by selecting the appropriate session, please identify the individual presenter by preferencing the speaker's name in that particular question. There's also a link to the right side of the pod that you may be looking at, and it says Slides and Resources. Note that this link is only active during the real-time presentation. Also, if you need closed captioning, please take a look at the top of your Adobe screen to the right and click on the CC drop-down menu to show the captions. There'll also be a link to the speaker evaluation under speaker's picture or the information to the right side of the screen, and we encourage you to take time to complete the evaluation for the individual speakers. This is much appreciated. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we need to remind you of our final evaluation. This is a mechanism by which you will receive the certificate of attendance. When an attendee completes the survey or evaluation, they can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAP, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. The trick is the certificate must be downloaded immediately after completing the survey, or this opportunity will be lost. Even if you don't want or need the certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the conference evaluation to help guide the design of our future events. Note the evaluation and the certificate will only be available for 2 weeks. That means the deadline is February the 29th. The survey link will be posted on our one-stop shop page this afternoon after the day's event. All the sessions are being recorded. It'll take us about 10 business days to process the recordings, but you'll soon be able to access them from fda.gov/CEDAR-SBIA. Here's some more logistics for our on-site attendees. We remind you that here is the link to the Wi-Fi and the passcode. If you're going to use your Wi-Fi here, please use it so sparingly if you can. Please remember to silence your cell phones, and just like yesterday, lunch is on your own. And also remember to join us at the networking event today at 4:30 p.m. down in the lobby area. We'd also like to remind you of some upcoming events. On February the 22nd, there'll be the joint US FDA Health Canada ICH public meeting. On February the 28th, we'll be expanding generic drug access through international engagements. And on March the 7th, please join us for the integrated safety analysis and drug marketing applications, avoiding common mistakes. For details on each event, please see our website at fda.gov/CEDAR-SBIA. We do have a special announcement on enhancing adoption of innovative clinical trial approaches. And this is to understand the state of innovation in clinical trial design and conduct. FDA is asking for perspectives via comments to our public docket. It's FDA-2023-N-4489 by April the 19th, and or participation in the public workshop hosted in partnership with Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy on March the 19th and 20th. For more information about this event, please contact for more information, contacts on the bottom of the slide. We'd like to welcome, for opening remarks and a keynote address, James Pound, Deputy Director of Standards and Compliance at the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. Everyone, please join me to welcome James Pound.
So good morning and a warm welcome to everybody who's in the room here today in the US, as well as those who are online. Joining us for day 2 of our joint good clinical practice and pharmacovigilance compliance workshop. And it's a pleasure to join you for what I'm sure will be a very enjoyable and informative day for all of us. We'll continue the discussions on good clinical practice today. And that will be building on the important topics that we covered yesterday, which included the harmonization and the ICH E6 GCP guideline, technology in clinical trials and digital health technology, decentralized trials, and data governance. So in terms of day 2, what we'll be starting in terms of the discussions will be around oversight. And that changes to all of the work that we do. In many cases, those changes are a result of the challenges faced during the global pandemic of the last several years, and how regulators are working together to collaborate to improve our work and engaging with our stakeholders in that process. Clinical trial oversight is not just about what regulators do, it is also the responsibility of the clinical trial sponsor. And it's a complex undertaking, especially as we see more technology applications, specialist vendors, and outsourcing, meaning that the clinical trial itself has many moving parts, and there are challenges to ensuring the safety of patients and the very important generation of reliable evidence and data. The global pandemic challenged all of us across countries and societies. A crisis of the scale of the pandemic drove rapid innovation across the medicines and healthcare ecosystem, and clinical trials did not escape from that disruption and innovation. Clinical trials played a critical role in the development of new vaccines for COVID-19, therapeutics, and treatments. And new and agile and flexible ways of working were required not only from those conducting clinical trials, but also from the regulators to ensure the success of those clinical trials. We will hear about how this initial disruption created opportunities for longer-term positive change, including how inspections are conducted and on the use of remote inspection technologies and the future of these types of approaches. Another theme we'll be discussing today is collaboration between regulators. And that is something that's incredibly important, as well as the communication and meaningful engagement with stakeholders. We will hear about new initiatives and updates from each of the regulatory agencies participating today, and how we collaborate and maximize the benefit of that joint working for patients. We'll be hearing updates from FDA and Health Canada on various agency policies and initiatives. And one of my colleagues from MHRA will be giving an update on our own compliance strategy, newly developed over the course of 22 and 23, and that forming a key part of MHRA's corporate plan out to 2025 and to beyond. The agency is looking to evolve our approaches to compliance as medicines and technology evolves, developing potentially outcome-based approaches, and ones that seek to engage early and upstream with those conducting trials to prevent issues before they occur. And where collaboration with trusted regulatory partners will be of increasing importance in a global trials environment, and with our shared objectives to ensure patient safety and public health. So in terms of today's agenda, what we will be covering, we will be covering sponsor oversight, clinical trials post-pandemic, the future of GCP inspections, regulatory updates and collaboration, and then we'll be concluding with a panel discussion from the speakers that will be participating in today's workshop. It is a pleasure to have joined you for today's workshop, and I'm very much looking forward to the many informative discussions from all three regulators. And please do use this as an opportunity to engage on the important topics that we'll be covering and enjoy the rest of today's event. I'd like to thank you for attending and now pass to my colleague, Lakeisha.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening to others. Again, my name is Commander Lakeisha Williams. I had the privilege and pleasure of speaking with you yesterday. Thank you, James, so much for that riveting opening remarks. As he mentioned, we do have a packed schedule for day 2, so we really hope you enjoy it, as a lot of work has gone into the planning for day 2 also. So now I have the distinct pleasure of introducing session 1 panelists, which will cover sponsor oversight in clinical trials. The moderator for this is Dr. Adil Nasheed. He's Regulatory Operations Enforcement Branch Compliance Officer from Health Canada. He will be joined by our very own Barbara Wright, the Foreign Cadre Director for FDA, and following with James Wakeland Smith, the expert GCP Inspector, Head of Compliance Expert Circle with MHRA. So I would like to welcome them to the stage to kick us off with session 1. Thanks again, everyone. Enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the US FDA for hosting and for having us. And today's presentation will be delivered by myself, Adil Nasheed, and my 2 colleagues, Barbara Wright and Jason Wickensmith. I'll be speaking to you about the sponsor role and oversight responsibilities in global clinical trials, including those trials incorporating novel designs, operational approaches, and data sources, such as RWD and RWE. Barbara will be talking about expanding the use of third parties and service providers performing clinical trial-related activities. And Jason will be the last but not least, will be talking about risk-proportionate oversight measures that will focus on what's important to ensure reliable trial results, trial participant safety, and appropriate decision-making. So for my presentation, I'll first talk about the overview of the presentation. I'll talk about the clinical trial global status. I'll talk about the new trial designs, and the specific one I'll be talking about today is adaptive design, and I'll be also touching on the RWD and RWE. Next, I'll be talking about the sponsor oversight and how it's applicable to both the adaptive design and the RWD and RWE. Next, I'll be talking about verifiers of compliance, and this is what the inspectors look for. And last, I will speak about the ICH update. Sponsor obligations. We know that the sponsor is responsible for the overall conduct of the trial. We heard that yesterday also. We know that sponsor can delegate tasks to third parties, however, they cannot delegate responsibilities, and I know my colleague Barbara will speak on this topic. And lastly, we know that the sponsor is responsible for compliance with the applicable regulations, and in Canada, Division 5 of the Canadian Food and Drugs Regulations is the legislation that we enforce for GCP inspections. So, global status of clinical trials. What's happening globally with clinical trials? Well, they're becoming more complex. You ask why? They're now engaging, or they're asking for novel design or new trials. Adaptive design is one of them. More trials are utilizing RWD, RWE, and more trials are utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning. In Canada, we find that Canadian stakeholders are asking for increasing need to conduct clinical trials using novel designs, and they're asking to or to increase regulatory coherence across a distinct drug. For us, Health Canada, we recognize the need for regulatory framework that will provide greater transparency, efficiency for stakeholders. So what's new in ICH E6R3 specifically when it comes to the design of the trials? This is specifically for the sponsor oversight. We find that under the type and design of the trial, adaptive design, platform, umbrella basket, decentralized trials have been added, and that's why we're talking today about adaptive design. Also, under criteria for discontinuation of the trial, we find that the dose adjustment and dose interruption has been added. This is all in R3, and the last one is identification of the data entered in case report forms is to be removed. This is from R3 to R2. So let's go to the essence of the topic, adaptive design trials. So it's a design that allows for planned modifications. In essence, adaptive design is defined as a clinical trial design that allows for prospectively planned modifications to one or more aspects of the design based on accumulating data from the subject in the trial. That's very important. It's a seamless design that allows for planned changes. In essence, these changes have to be occurring at pre-specified times during the trial or the life cycle of the trial. Modifications cannot take place at any given time. They have to be pre-planned. And also, adaptations have to be pre-planned as well. Types of adaptive design trials. There's quite a few of them. I picked four for the sake of time for this presentation. I picked four that I'll be expanding on. The number one is adaptive randomization design. Adaptive randomization design. What's this design? This design allows alteration to the randomization schedule. And based on varied probabilities of the treatment assignment. The purpose of this is basically to increase the probability of success. Next one is group sequential design. What's this? It's a design that allows the stoppage of the trial completely or prematurely when there is issues with the safety and efficacy. And then depending on the results from the analysis, modifications can be made. Adaptive dose finding design. Is this design, you are identifying the minimum dose and the maximum tolerable dose. And from that, you can determine the dose level for the next phase trials. This design is typically used in early phase trials. Last one is adaptive treatment switching design. And in this design, you can switch patients or participants from one treatment arm to the other, if, again, there are concerns with safety and efficacy. In this type of designs, estimation of survival rate could be difficult if the disease in question has poor prognosis. Advantages of adaptive design trials: flexibility, efficiency, ability to stop the study earlier if proved to be non-effective, better understanding of drug effects, more acceptable to stakeholders. I'm going to stop at the first two bullets, flexibility and efficiency. In a conventional study, when a sponsor is applying for approval, during the course of the trial, if there is amendments, the sponsor is required to submit a protocol amendment to the regulator. And in Health Canada, we issue a letter of no objection. So that if the amendments are to be applied for, the sponsor has to wait until they get approval from the regulator. In this case, I'm using Health Canada as an example. For this one, adaptive designs, the potential modifications are approved beforehand by both the regulator and the ethics committee. That's more flexibility, because otherwise, conventionally, a sponsor has to wait to apply for the amendment, and they have to wait till they get the approval before they can implement the amendments. For the efficiency, participants are used more efficiently, and fewer participants, if you may, are given ineffective compounds or ineffective doses that potentially be high. At the same time, pharma companies may use or waste less unsuccessful compounds and can more quickly reassign resources to alternative drugs within their pipelines. So let's compare conventional versus adaptive design trials. Conventional study has a rigid, yes, but very simple study design. Adaptive, on the other hand, has flexible but more complicated. Conventional study for phase 1 to 2 are well defined, while for adaptive can be seamless for phase 2 and 3. For conventional study, the regulatory review is well endorsed, while for adaptive, it's still speculative. Let's talk about limitations of adaptive design. Are there limitations? Yes, there are limitations. And I picked again 4 for the sake of the timelines imposed on this presentation. And the first one, they may require specific analytical methods that may not be readily available. Next, some efficiency aspect of the design, yes, but you can lose efficiency on another part of the trial. I'm gonna expand on this in a minute. Next one, there could be some challenges with logistics. And the last one, there could be challenges with interpretability of the results. It's a complex design, so there might be challenges there to interpret the results. I want to give an example on the efficiency and how there could be some issues with efficiency, specifically statistics, and when you apply this to the randomization. If we use an example of adaptive randomization versus the fixed randomization, it was found that if you're using fixed randomization, you are able to have more precise estimate of the treatment. For example, if you have 100 subjects in a trial, and you are going to split 50 in one arm, experimental, and 50 in the other arm, control. This is the fixed one, or the conventional fixed randomization. On the other one, the adaptive design, you will use different number of subjects. So let's say for one arm, experimentally, you're going to use 90 participants, and the other arm, you're going to use or apply 10 participants. It was found that for the one that has used the fixed randomization, you're able to have a more precise estimate of the treatment. And also for the adaptive randomization, it has to be larger and taking longer. So this is just one example to give you about the inefficiency when it came to statistics, when you apply it to randomization for the adaptive design. So in a nutshell, you are having a more precise estimate of the treatment when you're using the fixed randomization. In the example, when you're using the same number of subjects, for example, 50 participants in each arm, 50-50. All right, sponsor oversight. So right now, there aren't any changes for the sponsor oversight because it's still a new topic, and ICH is yet working to approve a document specifically for adaptive design. So the same requirement that we're basically expecting or enforcing will apply. Meaning there has to be quality of the design of the trial. The sponsor has to ensure that trial processes are compliant with this new design. There has to be a criteria for protocol deviations. There has to be decisions made impacting subject safety and data integrity. Next, selection of qualified individuals. This is very important. Sponsor must ensure that staff Site staff are trained on this design, and we do verify this during our inspections, because Health Canada Division 5, CO510G talks about the qualifications of staff engaged in a trial. They should be qualified by education, training, and experience. So if you have a new design, the staff at the site should be well trained by the sponsor on it. That's very important. There should be prompt implementation of CAPA. There should establish IDMC, Independent Data Committee, Data Monitoring Committee, when applicable. They should establish the endpoints, and there could be any committees recruited should have written SOPs. In a nutshell, also, the sponsor should have early communication. If the sponsor is considering conducting this new design, they should have early communication with the respective regulator. They should have a rationale. They should have a detailed description of the adaptation plan. And also, they should have information of the responsibilities of the bodies responsible for the implementation of this new design. Verification of compliance. For adaptive design trials, verify the design is approved by the regulator. That cannot implement any design unless that design is approved by the regulator. Next, the approved design has to be followed by the site. So the site must follow whatever the regulator has approved for them, and we check for that. In Health Canada section CO510B talks about the trial must follow the protocol. The design should follow or should be applied to all the sites. You can't have the design applied to only one site and others not, because that might impact the quality of the data. Obviously, verify the REB was informed and approved the design. And also, the monitoring has to be conducted, a design to be applied for all the sites. So this is, in a nutshell, about adaptive design. Think of it as a more flexible design, but it's more complex. It's pre-planned based on data coming from the subject. This is the summary or of this important thing about adaptive design. I'll speak next about RWE and RWD. You might have heard this yesterday by some of the colleagues who spoke about it. So real-world evidence is evidence about the use and potential benefits or risk of a medical product. This evidence is coming from where? It's coming from the analysis of the real-world data, which is data relating to the subject or the patient status and or delivery of health care routinely collected from a variety of sources. Real-world data refers to health-related data that's generated from the course of a patient routine care or post-treatment. And you will be surprised, but there's a large number of sources for this RWD. They could come from the healthcare records, insurance claims, billing activity, medication order records, patients' own data generation via wearables or other at-home medical devices. So there's quite a large number of sources by which you can get this RWD. So in this slide here, I'm showing you that RWD will lead to RWE. So the real-world evidence is coming from the real-world data. It's evidence that you are gathering from the real-world data. So what are the benefits of the real world in clinical trials? Well, gain insight into public health, advanced health care, increase drug access for specific patient populations, increase trials visibility. Data collected from clinical trials has some limitations. When we want to compare RWD and RWE and compare it with the clinical trial data, we know the following, that data that's collected from clinical trial is really very high quality controlled data because it's coming from, but the fact it's coming from a specific patient population and highly specialized environment is limiting the generalizability in real-world settings. Also, clinical trials might not be always feasible or ethical for certain diseases or disorders as rare diseases, and some patient populations, for example, children, pregnant women, and seniors. The sponsor oversight. Well, it has to be identified in a cover letter. You have to explain why the RWE, RWD was being used. You have to explain how it was gathered. You have to explain or demonstrate how potential biases were mitigated. So, verification of compliance. How do we verify compliance here about this RWE and RWD? Again, I don't want to overlap. We heard yesterday colleagues that spoke to us about the life cycle of data. For the compliance here, we want to verify the source of the RWD. We want to verify the storage of the RWD. We want to verify the reliability of the RWD, basically ARCOAC, accurate, legible, complete, original, attributable, and contemporaneous. And you want to verify the qualification of staff who collected the RWD. Again, it's very important that staff who are engaged in this are qualified, as the same with the adaptive design. All the staff have to be qualified, all the staff have to be trained, and also for the sponsor, when they're hiring monitors, the monitors themselves have to be trained on this kind of adaptive designs or the RWE, RWD. That's very important, and we do check for that, like I said earlier. Last thing, what's happening with the ICH update currently? It's a new topic. As we speak, there is no full harmonization between some regulators, and ICH is working on developing guidelines. The anticipated completion is next year. And that brings me to the conclusion of this presentation. I want to thank you all for listening, and I want to present to you my next colleague, Barbara Wright. Thank you.
Hi, so next up, I'd like to talk about the expanded use of contractors and service providers in clinical trials today. I'll start with some discussion of the oversight obligations that sponsors have, talk about the importance of written agreements in those engagements, and then close with a couple of examples from global inspections done by FDA. So let's go. So contract services, traditionally we've seen a lot of areas where contractors have been used in clinical trials. So we've seen site selection and monitoring. We've seen central laboratories used, central radiologists conducting interpretations, IP or investigational product distribution and management, data management, statistics. So those are typically the areas that we've seen over the years in clinical trials, but what we're seeing a lot more of now is the growth areas associated with remote data acquisition. So we heard a lot of discussion yesterday about digital health technologies and how those are used in clinical trials now. Most of those are through the use of some vendor or service provider. So when patients are capturing their symptoms, so the efficacy endpoints in diaries, cell phone apps, wearable devices, tablets at the clinic, when these endpoint data is captured through these electronic devices, a lot of times those are through these third-party service providers. So this is a big growth area in service providers and clinical research. We're also seeing the expanded use of what we call site management organizations, where contract staff are hired to perform tasks at a clinical investigator site, or contractors are used to collect subject level data, sometimes through electronic technologies, or to perform, say, patient, we talked about adaptive or decentralized clinical trials yesterday. and the use of home health nurses, for example, to go to the study subject's home and administer drug or collect efficacy assessments, collect blood samples so you could have a contract phlebotomist. So this is another area where we see kind of the expanded use of service providers. We're seeing as many as 30, 40 different contractors engaged in a single trial. So it's a lot to keep track of and a lot to consider, a lot for the sponsors to stop and think about and take a thoughtful, risk-based approach to setting up the activities for oversight in that trial. So hit the right button and we'll go. So yesterday we talked a little bit ICH R3. It addresses the use of these service providers in the agreement section. There's a lot of good detail there. I encourage you to read that in the R3 draft. The R2 document also talked about contract research organizations. It outlines the fact that the sponsors retain ultimate responsibility for the trial. I'm going to say that about 12 times in my slide deck. So they can delegate a task, and they can even transfer responsibility through an agreement, and we can hold the contract research organization responsible under our regulations, but that still doesn't absolve the sponsor of responsibility for overseeing the trial. So those transfers ought to be in writing. They should be in adequate detail, and a lot of times you're going to need some associated plans to go with that, and then you have to follow that up with oversight. And yeah, so follow it with oversight to assure that the plan is actually followed. So considerations to look at when contracting services for global clinical trials. Well-written contracts and study plans are going to be essential. And I talk about both because depending on the task and activity, the plan needs to contain adequate detail. I mean, you can't put everything in a contract, right? And no matter what you do to sit down and think about everything that's important to consider and define and train the staff on, you're still going to forget something. So you're still going to need to oversee the execution of those plans. But the contracts and the plans are going to go together: monitoring plans, data management plans, even communication plans, something we probably don't talk enough about. But well-written contracts that include all of the risks when you're taking this risk-based approach, risk to subjects, risk to data, those need to be considered when you're setting up those plans and agreements. And then training people, if you've got a document but nobody's read it and knows what's in it, then you can't expect success when you get to the end of the trial, right? So we need to train the staff. We need to communicate on a regular basis, and we need to check in to make sure that we're on course. If we check in early enough, we can make course corrections. If we wait till the end of the trial, we might end up at a destination no one planned. So. And from the regulator standpoint, we talked a lot about data being fit for purpose. When you get to the end of the trial, we need the study data to have been collected in a way that we can reconstruct the study and have confidence in the data that's coming in the marketing applications. So we're looking for that data to be organized and accessible, but also attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate. Thank you. Audience participation part. Okay, we've also got complete, consistent, enduring, and available. So we could go on and on about all of the characteristics of high quality data, but essentially we're all looking for the same thing, right? We want to know that we can trust the end product. And so to do that, we need to put a lot of thought up front into how are we going to assure that we can have confidence in the end result. So in setting up these agreements for the execution of these trials, there's a lot to consider. Critical roles and responsibilities need to be defined in these agreements and the plans. So some of the things that the sponsor needs to consider, like, is the plan in adequate detail, right? If it's too vague, then we can't expect people to follow, to know what to do, right? So it needs to be, we don't want to leave too much to interpretation. That increases risk to the data and to the subjects. So we want to make sure that all of the roles and responsibilities are assigned in that plan. We want to make sure that the sponsor retains adequate control over the study. So when you hire a contractor, you can't just hand off and walk away, right? You have to make sure that they understand what you expect them to do, and you have to check in on that. Important part of that is being a part of the key documents associated with that service, right? So the sponsor should retain some involvement in the training plans for the staff. So they should need to know that when they hand off a task to a contract service provider, that the service provider is going to ensure that the staff is qualified and trained, understands, and that the sponsor is also involved in any key documents that assure the accurate completion of those tasks. It's also important for the sponsor to know if their service provider is going to hire a subcontractor, or I talk about the subcontractors of subcontractors of subcontractors. With each delegation of those tasks, does the sponsor retain knowledge of those delegations, and do they retain adequate control and access to the data? So has the task been delegated to someone who hired a subcontractor, and now we can't get at the data to verify its accuracy and authenticity? So the sponsor still needs to be able to access that data, even if a subcontractor is used. And they still need to be able to assure that the data has been protected and maintained in compliance with federal regulations. So they should know when a service provider is going to hire additional subcontractors to assist in the tasks that they've been contracted to perform. There we go. So it's important for the sponsor to know if there are going to be limitations, maybe by privacy laws in that region. Maybe there are institutional policies that they need to verify that they're going to be able to access the data come the end of the trial or during the trial to monitor its progress. So institutional policies, there are also in some regions, there may be IT challenges, right, for software or hardware. They may not be able to communicate as well with these sites, may have some limitations in how they can access the data in real time to oversee it, or at the end of the study to make sure that that data is adequately retained. So when thinking about setting up these vendor oversight activities, as we talked yesterday about taking a risk-based approach to things, the sponsor needs to consider all the risks to the study subjects. Now, those can be clinical risks and well-being, the subject's well-being, and those could also be risks to privacy, patient privacy, and the inadvertent release of personal information. Also, they need to consider risks to data, right? So the data system needs to have adequate security, the audit trails, the backup systems, the validated transfer protocols, all of those things that we look at to assure that the data has integrity, that it's not being protected over the entire life cycle from collection to retention. The sponsor needs to consider what do they need to verify that their vendors are going to be compliant in these areas of subject and data protection. When they decide to engage in the oversight activities, the question they have to consider is, how much is enough, right? It's going to be based on the risks associated with what the vendor is performing. So are they determining eligibility? If we get the wrong patient in the trial, it doesn't matter what we do with the data beyond that point. It's kind of useless, right? So are they doing eligibility? Are they managing IP? What tasks is this service provider being involved in, and how critical are those to the execution of the trial? That's going to determine how detailed they need to be when they're assessing prior to engaging with the service provider. So the site selection, can they just send a questionnaire? Do they need to go make a site visit? Can they visit at the beginning and the end of the trial, or do they need to make interim visits? This is all going to be based on what are we asking this vendor to provide, and how critical is it to the success of the trial. So yesterday we talked about digital health technologies, and the guidance on digital health technologies, and the discussions yesterday talked about some of the things to consider. So just as an example, if you're engaging in one of the agreements with one of these service providers, things to consider are looking at what's going to be considered source data and how are we going to assure access for both the sponsor and the regulator. Because if we can't go back in and reconstruct the study and verify its reliability for the marketing application, that's going to be a problem. We need to make sure that all that metadata is available, that it's maintained, reviewed, and retained, right? So it doesn't do any good to have an audit trail if nobody's looking at it. So there was a little discussion about that yesterday in the case studies about the vendor or the sponsor having some kind of algorithm or process of looking at the data for anomalies over the course of the trial. So we need to assure that clinical and privacy risk we talked about with these digital health tools, this digital data, patient information, their personal addresses, make sure that their privacy is protected in setting those up, and then assuring adequate validation, usability, evaluations of the devices. So if you're doing a clinical research study involving university students, for example, here on the campus of the University of Maryland, and they've got internet access and they're tech savvy and they've got all kinds of apps on their phone, that's a different patient population. Those are different assessment of the reliability of the devices for that patient population that if you're dealing with an elderly population that's not very tech savvy, or a poor population where they have unreliable internet. What are you going to do when they don't have internet and can't make connections and upload the data? Is the device going to retain the data and transmit it when that connection is available? So there's a lot to consider, and it's going to be risk-based, right? It's going to be based on the study, what the vendor's being asked to do, and the conditions of that study. So some of the significant challenges that we've seen in recent inspections are related to mishandling, mismanagement, and lack of accessibility to study data. Under FDA's regulations, subject level data is the responsibility of investigators. So in the classic sense, the investigators are the ones who are collecting the data from the patients. They're the ones treating the patient. Well, but in the modern trials, we're seeing the involvement of service providers in a lot of those functions, right? A lot of the efficacy endpoints, maybe the dosing records, are going to be collected by these third-party vendors. It's important to note that that's still investigator data. It's still subject level data, and there's an expectation that that data resides with the investigator. In some cases, that data is going to be blinded. The investigator can't have access to it during the trial, but at least by the end of the trial, that data should reside with the investigator. The investigator should be informed if the sponsor is engaging into a service contract with someone who's going to be collecting subject level data or involved in subject level activities. So that since those are investigator responsibilities, the investigator should be aware of those tasks. It ought to be outlined in the protocol, frankly, but they need to be aware and they need to have access to that data. Anything else that's that subject level data, the regulator is going to expect to have access to via the sponsor. They may use multiple vendors to collect data, but since the sponsor has an oversight function, we expect them to at least be able to understand the key task performed by those service providers and have access to the data that's submitted in the marketing application. So we should be able to reconstruct the study from the sponsor site or through the sponsor, even if they have to engage with the vendors during our site visits and the sponsor inspections. So. And lastly, I think we're seeing, especially with the real-world data, the increase of real-world data in clinical trials, we see transfers of studies from one sponsor to another, to an applicant. And it's important when there is that transfer of study data, either during an active trial or after the trial has been completed, it's important for the sponsor to verify that that data is fit for purpose before it comes to the agency in a marketing application. So if it doesn't meet the criteria, you know, we've talked a lot about what the study criteria should be. With the data criteria, the ALCOA principles of that data, if we can't access the data to verify it, if it doesn't meet the electronic data standards for data integrity, then the sponsor needs to assure that those procedures, those standards are met before they include that data into a marketing application. There we go. So next up, I'd just like to talk about a few cases that we've had in our global inspections. And the first one is we went to a sponsor, a pharmaceutical sponsor inspection, and the sponsor in this case had engaged with a service provider for monitoring activities, very common area, right, for service providers. Well, our inspection revealed that the vendor failed to meet a schedule of visits. And in their visits to the sites for monitoring, they didn't, the scope of the coverage was very limited. Because they didn't comply with the schedule of monitoring visits, then they didn't identify the non-compliances early enough in the trial, and they didn't secure compliance from the investigators. And they didn't act to terminate the investigator site, right? That's our expectation, is that when you see an investigator not following the study protocol, you bring them into compliance as quickly as you can. And if you can't, then we expect you to terminate that investigator. It's important to the safety of the patients, study subjects enrolled in the trial, and it's important to retain the integrity of the data. So in this case, that non-compliance wasn't identified early enough because the study schedule wasn't complied with. Our investigator found that ineligible subjects, based on either their medication history prior to enrollment, their CONMEDs at the time of enrollment, or their disease status, they didn't meet the eligibility criteria for the trial. So that this happened at multiple sites during the study. And our investigator noted there were multiple events where there was either an underdosing or an overdosing of study subjects, again, at multiple sites, not an isolated incident. She identified that the training, looked at the training provided by the sponsor to the contractor, and it appeared to be inadequate. Also, the fact that these were not isolated incidents, that they were multiple sites, indicates that these were central source to these problems, right? So I guess the question I have is, for a site like this is, what wasn't done in setting this up? Clearly, there wasn't a good training plan. The sponsor had SOPs, the sponsor had a monitoring plan, but the sponsor failed to properly oversee that vendor and make sure that that they were following that plan, right? The one thing you can count on with a plan is that it's not going to be completely followed. Life is going to happen, and that's why there's an oversight requirement. So at the end of that study, the end result is we've got a data set that isn't reliable because it's got subjects that shouldn't have been enrolled, and we've got dosing, underdosing, and overdosing, so it's hard to make conclusions from that. Not only did we fail to follow good clinical practices here, but we failed to protect the safety, rights, and welfare of the subjects that were enrolled in that trial, right? So significant concern in that case. So another case, actually there were two, and I'm going to say medical device trials. I recognize this, we're talking about pharmaceutical trials, but they're very similar. Similar situations can occur in drug trials, but we had two sponsors that engaged with contractors engaged with sites to conduct studies, and they retain responsibility for monitoring. But what we found when we went to conduct these studies is that when the sponsors engaged with these clinical investigators, they did not assure that their agreements covered everything that they needed to access the source data. There were regional privacy considerations, and neither the sponsor was able to monitor those sites and verify the authenticity of the data, nor was FDA able to go and look at those records and verify the accuracy. What the investigator sites had done was extract data from the patient record and put it into an unsecured spreadsheet and provide the spreadsheet as source, as a base for electronic case report forms. But there are no user access controls, there are no audit trails, there's no confidence that the data in that unsecured spreadsheet was accurately recorded and transferred into the ECRFs. So in the end, again, this data was provided to us, and it couldn't be verified, and if we can't verify it, it's not really fit for purpose. Lastly, we've been talking about DHT, so I'll give an example of electronic diaries, which have become very common. So in this particular trial, the patient-reported outcomes, the symptoms, were to be recorded in electronic diaries through a service provider, through a vendor. The investigator could access a portal online and could see whether the patient was reporting their symptoms at the required intervals. And when the patients missed an interval, an email notice was sent to the investigator to notify them there was a gap in the data. Please reach out and fill that gap, right? We need this, we need the patient's symptoms at this time point. And so the process that was set up is that they would have retroactive entries through a paper system that would go through the CRO and be entered into the data set. What we found when we did the clinical investigator inspections is the clinical investigators failed to retain the emails. They didn't see them as a critical study record, so they didn't retain the emails, but they also didn't act on them all the time. They failed to go back to the study subjects and solicit these missed responses or reconcile discrepancies that came in the symptom reports that were filed late. So the retroactive reports were incomplete, and they didn't make an adequate attempt to verify and correct those and get complete information when they could. And so I guess in this case, my question is, was this a study design issue? Was it a site training issue? Was it a subject compliance issue, which is always a problem? Or was it a study oversight issue? Or maybe all of the above, right, in a case like this. So, there were some processes and procedures in place, but they weren't followed. And there wasn't enough oversight to catch it early enough and prevent the collection of data that was incomplete. So just to recap, we recognize sponsors rely on multiple contractors to conduct global clinical trials. It's important when contracting that they set up contracts, agreements, and related plans that are well-designed and complete and to guide the trial. Sponsors are ultimately responsible. And so training and oversight are going to be key to success in that regard. Here's some resources for you, and we're going to take questions at the end of the day. So, thank you. Turn it over next to my colleague, Jason.
You're right, it does make an awful noise. So I'm going to talk a little bit about risk-proportionate sponsor oversight, following on from Barbara and Adil. And the kind of things we're going to talk a little bit about, where does the responsibilities sit for this with the regulator? Where does it sit with the sponsor? We're going to talk a little bit about how sponsor oversight has evolved. The days of writing a single trial, writing the protocol, and then sticking with that no matter what, somewhat gone a little bit. These days, trials are much more adaptive. They move on a lot more. So we'll talk a little bit about how that sort of fits then with sponsor oversight, how that sort of works. And then the next bit is to sort of discuss how risk-proportionate sponsor oversight sort of works. What kind of things do you need to bear in mind when you run trials which are risk-proportionate? So as everybody said, so I'll carry on from Barbara. I'll add a 13th to the list. The sponsor's responsible for the trial. Always has been, always will be. It doesn't matter what they give away, what they delegate out. If you're the sponsor, the responsibilities for that all sit with you. You are responsible for what happens on your trial. And if you're responsible for the trial, you're also responsible for how it's conducted. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're tied into a really hard, static box. There are plenty of ways of working your trial, so it's adaptive, proportionate, all those kind of things. It also fits with this idea that for a long time, there's been a real move towards regulatory acceptance of risk adaptation, risk proportionality. Certainly in the UK, we published guidance back in sort of 2012, over 10 years ago. talking about risk adaptive measures, risk proportionality, different types of trials and the risks associated with them. And then we continue to build on this. You know, we keep talking about how do you risk adapt your trial, what's proportionate in terms of what you're trying to achieve with your trial, the kind of data you're trying to capture. Do you need the belt and braces forensic approach to data collection? Are you trying to achieve data perfection? Or are you trying to capture sort of enough that everybody's comfortable that what you're doing sort of works, sort of fits together? Historically, I think there's been quite a lot of reticence from sponsors to adapt some or adopt some of this risk proportionality. You know, what's the regulator going to say when I turn up and say, and I didn't do this and I didn't do that and I only did a tiny little bit of this because I believed it wasn't important. So we already see it on inspection where we see often belt and braces. But in some respects, the more important bit is when you then go and submit it later on and the assessor goes, well, that's no good to me. You didn't do a thing, whatever that thing might be. And at which point you can't put it back. You know, the trial's finished, your patients have been sort of disbanded. It's very difficult to go back to the data you have available to you and go, oh, you know, how can we bolt some extra bits on the side to bolster this if you haven't done it? So there's, it's sort of the time really for sponsors to sort of accept that as regulators we've been quite comfortable with this for a while. But you need to have processes and approaches for managing it, for working out what's important, for working with it, rather than just go, no, we must do everything. We must achieve data perfection. We must achieve total rigid control over everything which happens on a trial. As regulators, we continue to push risk proportionality, and we see that across all sorts of things, and we push it more and more each year. You know, we've talked about it for a long time. We've encouraged you to do it. You're now starting to see it appear in guidance. We're seeing it appear in ICH, and more of that in a minute. So now's the time. If you haven't already, you're starting to be pushed towards it, and at some point you're going to have to do it, whether that's little baby steps or whether that's you're going to be dragged kicking and screaming into having to achieve risk proportionality, whether you like it or not. So it's a continuing evolution, really. And so just a couple of examples in here. We've talked a lot about E6R3, and we'll probably continue to do so over the rest of the day. But also to drop in here the UK clinical trial regulation update. So we ran a consultation in there. We talked about risk proportionality. And in this, the kind of things we're looking for is we now expect risk identification by the sponsor. It's no longer a nice to have. You know, we expect you to look through, work out what it means, what it looks like, to have active processes for identifying these things. We then expect you to think about how you mitigate against it and what's proportionate for it, what's important in your trial, what data points are important, what elements of control are important, and how you put those in. We talk a lot about quality by design. So it's thinking up front what you're going to do rather than trying to bolt quality on later. You know, trying to keep the wheels on the quality bus is very difficult if you haven't planned to put the axles in the first place. And then making sure that you're not giving additional burden almost across the system. So we know our investigators are so busy. They are trying to run multiple trials. They've got their normal patient populations to stay on top of. Trials are becoming more and more complex. We're adding more and more things for them to do, whether that's oversight through decentralized trials, whether that's additional electronic systems. We're asking them to manage more and more electronic systems, more and more things they no longer have sort of full control of or full understanding, and every trial is different. So what we're trying to do ultimately is to support flexibility of trials. And we saw quite a lot of this during the pandemic, without stealing some of my slides from the next presentation. What we're trying to achieve here is that you're flexible with these things. Very few trials run exactly to plan, unless they're really simple. But in reality, as sponsors, you're trying to build more and more complicated trials to achieve as much bang for your buck across the patch. You know, how can you achieve as much data as possible? How can you draw all that lot in the hope that in the future you can chuck it all into some kind of data lake or whatever it might be, and then you'll have tools to put it back out again. But is that right for the patients? Is that right for the trial sites trying to achieve this? How do you build your trials to collect all this kind of useful information rather than just having it for having its sake? So I was sort of hunting around a little bit to go, oh, how can I nicely describe this and fit it together? But actually ICHE 6R3, much as it's still draft at the moment, still being worked on, does this really nicely. And so the next 2 slides are literally a cut and paste of that text. So I'll read the first bit, you can read the rest at your leisure. So clinical trial processes, measures and approaches should be implemented in a way that's proportionate to the risk to participants and to the importance of the data being collected. So there's no point putting in place huge amounts of effort for data which perhaps is supportive rather than actually associated with your prime endpoints, this kind of thing. If age isn't necessarily that important, why are you spending a huge amount of time making sure it's right? Go off and perhaps look at the things which are a little bit more relevant. Look at the risks which are there for your trial and work out how they sort of fit in all of this. We've got to look after our trial participants. Are they safe? Are we looking after their data? Are we looking after their confidentiality? How do we make sure results are reliable? What kind of things do we need to put in place? So is it enough that you push it all to the sponsor, all to the investigator, leave it all with them? It's your job. We were talking yesterday, I think, there were a couple of questions lurking in one of the sessions about access to sites. And sites perhaps saying to the monitors, well, we don't really have time for you to come. We don't want you to come on site. But remote monitoring will only do so much. But actually, remote monitoring is a nice, powerful tool. But every now and then, there are things which you almost need to be on site to go and have a look at. There are pros and cons with both approaches. The other part of the principle in this, so just working through these a little bit, is working out sort of the level of risk with the trial. So is it above and beyond the standards of sort of routine medical care? If it's above that, what else do you need to do? What other steps do you need to put in place? And then you need to manage your critical to quality factors, trying to work out what's important in that trial. And that leads us nicely on to thinking about risk adaptation and risk assessments and things in a minute. But in order to set the groundwork for that a little bit, not all trials are the same. And what we often see when we go out on inspection is almost a boilerplate approach to quality. We have a set on the shelf and we pull it down, we put it out there and then try and force the trial to fit into that standard approach. But that's not often the case. They don't lend themselves to that. A very risky oncology trial with all sorts of bells and whistles on top of it versus a little bit of a Me Too kind of, we do this regularly kind of trial. They're very different. They need different approaches. There's a shift in focus onto the reliability of results rather than data perfection. It's about what's important, what matters, when you come to do the analysis later on, what do you really need to be on top of? What gives you the most out of your data? And then finally, just thinking about, it's not enough just to have risk-based quality management at a trial level. You also need some of the other supporting processes within your organisation. If your organisation is risk-averse as a sponsor and isn't prepared to accept this sort of risk-based, proportionate, moving kind of approach, you're going to struggle to put in place all of those kind of steps you need for it. So there needs to be some adoption of that. So, get asked all the time about risk assessments. We've all been doing them for years, is the thing, but we keep getting asked about how to do it. What do we need to do? There was some discussion yesterday about making sure that as inspectors and regulators that we also perform these appropriately, that we are comfortable with how you do your risk assessments and so on. So they sort of line up against three things really: safety of the trial participant, the trial results themselves, and then the integrity of the data. They're sort of the three big buckets that they sit around. And then for each of those, it's working out what's appropriate in terms of those mitigations you put in place to fit with those things that you've identified as being important to your trial. Really key to all of this, and we see it all the time on inspection, is that you see a nice, solid risk assessment at the beginning of the trial. When everything's lined up, real life hasn't happened yet. At the moment, at that point in time, it's a bit of a wish list, your protocol. This is how things will happen. or this is how we expect things to occur. Patients will always meet their visit windows, we'll never have any supply problems, all of our technologies will work exactly as we expect them to, there will be no wobbles along the way. We know that's not real life, but that risk assessment is all powerful. It's where we define how things fit together. But what we actually need to do is to keep coming back to them. We actively need to manage those risks that are there. And with that, as the trial starts to rumble along and you start to see that perhaps some of these visits are more difficult for participants to achieve, or perhaps one of the technologies isn't as useful as you thought it was going to be and you've identified a bit of a gap, auditing or monitoring, identify things which are a problem, trying to fit those back into the risk assessment. So they're no longer a point in time. They have to be adaptive. You have to keep coming back to it. It needs to be a living document. You also need to look at the mitigations you've put in place, because again, when you put them in place at the beginning, it's in this ideal world kind of idea. It's, of course it will work. Here's my mitigation, it's amazing. I've put in place a check, whatever it might be. But what it isn't is it's not baptized in the fire of real life at that point in time. You know, will it stand the test of being pushed out to the investigators to do, or the monitors to collect something, or a system to be able to show you your nice green boxes in your dashboard? So you need to look at whether or not they're suitable. You need to look at whether or not they're effective. If you don't have effective risk control strategies, then again, how do you know it's doing what you think it's doing? Or are you just collecting some other piece of data which doesn't actually show you that it's doing what it's meant to be doing? And then finally, can you document it? What is it actually doing? Or is it just a thing which happens in the background? Are you actively assessing it? So your risk management needs to be ongoing, definitely not point in time. And these are some things to think about with all of that. So at the beginning, you've got sort of the nature of the trial. Is it a pivotal trial? Is it a supportive, an additional trial? Do you need to put different kind of resourcing into that? How complex is the design? And certainly Adil was talking earlier on about different types of trial design. What about the IMP? Is it simple to use? Have you done different things with it? Does it need a whole load of manipulation? And all of these add complexity. Same with trial endpoints, same with the various interventions. What are you actually doing to that poor participant that's on your trial? Do things stack up so they have an easy journey through their participation in the trial? How does it all work in terms of the experience? And I sort of hate the term, but it's quite true. You know, what's the sponsor experience look like? What's the service provider experience look like? What does the investigator experience look like? And certainly post-pandemic, we know that the investigator experience has changed. You know, once upon a while, the monitor would come on site, they would do lots of checks, they would run around, but in essence, you dump them in a room full of paper or maybe a computer and let them get on with it. This experience has changed now because actually they ask for access to their electronic health records and maybe a Zoom call or whatever it might be. And so it's now been pushed onto the site to sort of manage that a little bit more rather than the monitor. Complexity. Trials are more and more complex. More and more vendors, more and more technologies, more and more interactions between things. Things have to happen in a particular order, so the sequencing becomes more important. And then particularly with that sort of information flow as it pushes around the system, as it's driven by System A talks to System B, which triggers IMP over here, and maybe a particular visit or a scheduling of a scan or something or other. And also location-wise, very few trials now just occur in a single location. You know, and certainly the minute you start dropping vendors into that, you've got vendors all over the world doing different bits and pieces. So they've become more and more complex. How do you stay on top of all of that? And certainly for a sponsor, how do you retain enough oversight, control, knowledge of all these millions of moving parts, with everybody with their own different bits of quality system, their own understanding of how things happen, their own interpretation of what they think the trial is? So that brings me a little bit to what do you need as a sponsor? What's the expectations for the kind of systems you need? Well, in essence, your quality system needs to enshrine risk-proportionate approaches. So when you look through your SOPs, when you look through your quality documents, does it explain what they are? Or the kind of things which a project manager or a monitor or a project delivery specialist, whatever, that they can pull from a toolbox? Or does it just have one approach? And then it's covered somewhere else, or it's a departure from your established processes. So do your SOPs talk about it? Are your audits adaptive? Again, when you're sending your auditors out, are they looking about what's important when they're being tasked? Go and look at the important things on the trial rather than going to try and pick every aspect of the trial to ensure that perfection of data. What about training for staff? Do you train them to be comfortable with taking appropriate risk-proportionate decisions? And supporting them when they make those decisions. Because if you don't, then you're sort of lining them up to fail a little bit, because you're not going to make some leap in the dark if you don't think your organisation has got you. So and with that, there's a real need for management support. If management aren't bought into, we're going to adopt risk proportionality, we're going to adopt risk adaptation into how we conduct our clinical trials and how we manage them, then nobody's ever going to do it. They're not going to take the leap in the dark. They're going to stick with safe. We must do 100% SDV. We must do 100% of this. Our audits will always check the following things, regardless of whether it's important or not. Then brings you to the trial itself. So what's your oversight strategy? All these things listed on the slide, they're all things you know and love. Plans, charters, strategies, all those kind of things. They're all known entities to you. But actually, do you define risk adaptation? Do you define risk mitigation? Do you define various approaches you could use depending on what happens in them? Or are they a little bit built in time when everything is perfect? It's important to think about all of these, and certainly on inspection, we look through them to see, one, what latitude you give yourselves within it, but equally how you live and learn with them. If this happens, what are we going to do? How do we work within it? It's important to have this ongoing risk review. So I mentioned at the beginning, your risk assessment at the beginning is one thing, but trials change. Real life happens. The minute you push it out into the real world, the minute you start getting trial participants through the door, things change. And we often see this lack of ongoing risk review. So see the risk assessment at the beginning, but it then doesn't keep track with real life. So we often see where a protocol amendment happens, but there's no revision of the risk assessment. But by this point, you've changed all sorts of things, added another arm or added in some extra tests, dropped a whole load of stuff, whatever it might be. Same with supporting processes, same with vendors, same with different solutions and things. Somebody brings out a new whizzy piece of technology and you go, oh, that'd be awesome, we'll use that in our trial. But it then doesn't fall into the risk assessment because it wasn't done at the beginning. And we often see those changes happen in the trial, but the risk assessments, the risk mitigations don't keep pace with it. So really important to see those risk assessments as a living document, and the same with the mitigations. Do they continue to be appropriate? Are they effective? Are they doing what you think they need to do? So what does it look like? As an inspector, when we're out there, what does risk proportionate effective sponsor oversight look like? So when we're talking to people, and it often comes from that, it's, do people understand what the key aspects of the trial are? Can they talk to me about what's critical to quality, what needs to happen in order to get a nice solid primary endpoint? And from that, what do the mitigations look like? What's the risk assessment say? What do the mitigations look like? How do I protect that primary endpoint? And I protect it by having these various strategies and plans and checks and balances in place. And if all of those work, then hopefully my data should be solid. And then you can go off and use it for supporting your marketing authorization application or whatever else you're going to do with it. And then how does the rest of it fit together with all the millions of moving parts and contractors and specialist systems and all those kind of things? How do they fit? How does data move around the system? And again, what's important from all of that? So we're looking for people to be able to talk through that, because it's easy if you live it, but it's very difficult to pull it together if you don't. And ultimately, can you relate it back to participant safety and the reliability of the data? Because if you can't, then there's a bit of an issue there. That's where it needs to come back to. If you're doing it just because, then is it effective? Is it doing what you expect it to do? Mentioned some of these already. Risk review, do you document it? Is it something which just happens in meetings but actually never gets written down anywhere? Do you document your decision making? And that's often the hardest bit for us, that something happens and you go, well, why did you decide to do that? Oh, well, we just did. Why? Where does it say that? Who sat down in a meeting and decided that actually this was an effective course of action, that this was the way you were going to go? And what does that mean? And if you've got that kind of stuff documented, then it's a little bit easier for us as inspectors when we turn up on site to see what you were thinking at the time. And worst case is all the people that made those decisions have now left, and you're the poor soul holding the TMF at that point in time going, I've no idea why my colleagues did this, but that's just what they decided to do. Ultimately, we look for staff to be empowered to adopt risk proportionality and empowered to act. If you see a problem, go and do something about it. So in summary, it's important to understand the purpose of the trial. It's important to understand how the conduct of the trial is going to happen, how you plan it, and then actually being able to react to real life. It's important that all of you promote flexibility in your trial designs and flexibility in the conduct of your trial. And then with risk assessments, I've put here, get into the detail, but don't go mad. But you need to understand that your trials are complex. So don't just do, only going to do the IMP. You know, think about how it fits together. Think about what's important for your trial and make sure those risk assessments are ongoing. My closing thought for you is in some respects, it's very much time for your sponsors to adopt risk proportionality. You have support from the regulators to do this. You know, there's guidance out there. If you need more examples, you need more support, ask for it. We are looking to support the adoption of risk proportionality. And in some respects, we're a little bit in your hands too, in terms of what you need. So more than happy to catch up with people later on. If you think there are obvious things missing, by all means, come talk to me, and I'll add them to my list. That leaves me very much to thank Barbara, to thank Adil, thank you all for your time and attention this morning. It's now time for a break, so that's 20 minutes, which brings us to 10 past 10. So thank you very much.
You're listening.
Thank you both, Barbara and Jason. We'll be taking questions for the audience. If you have questions, please submit them. Thank you.
All righty, welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. We are about 14 seconds behind schedule. So let's get settled and get ready to welcome our next session panelists to the stage. Thank you again, everyone, for getting back in such a timely manner. This is session 2, Clinical Trials Post-Pandemic, Positive Disruption to Establish Ways of Working. And I would like to welcome to the stage Aram Hassan, Lieutenant Commander in the Office of Scientific Investigations, and her panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Lieutenant Commander Aram Hassan. So this session will discuss changes in the conduct of clinical activities and inspection activities post-pandemic and the adoption of regulatory flexibilities. So we're gonna explore insights gained from post-pandemic inspections conducted from all of our international regulatory agencies, FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada. So I have the privilege to introduce our speakers for this session. So first we'll have Jason Wakilan-Smith speaking. He's an expert GCP inspector and head of compliance expert circle for MHRA. Jason has been with MHRA since 2006. Next, we're going to have Jennifer Evans. She's a compliance specialist for Health Canada. She has over a decade of industry experience prior to joining Health Canada in 2012. And last but not least, we'll have Richard Burning, who has served as an FDA investigator for over 13 years. Mr. Burning is currently on the OBIMO International Inspection Cadre, and he's conducted international inspections in more than 20 countries. All of these speakers have extensive experience in GCP inspections covering clinical investigators, sponsors, CROs, bioequivalence studies. So I encourage you all to read more about them on their speaker bios, which are posted online. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
So first of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak again. I'm in essence just going to set the scene a little bit, really, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues. As we all know, the pandemic forced all of us to make significant changes to the way that we worked and our practices, whether that's as a regulator, whether that's as a sponsor, whether as a CRO, whatever. Life changed dramatically. Things like regulatory flexes, which I'll come on to in a little bit, appeared, and we all changed how we worked. But the purpose of this sort of session is to talk a little bit about what have we learnt, and what have we pulled out of this, and what have we retained going forward. So I'm going to talk a little bit about regulatory flexes. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we were forced to change our ways of working, and a little bit about our pre-sort of pandemic activities and how that can be sort of carried over into where we are today. So March 2020, the world ground to a halt, as I'm sure you're all aware. Restrictions were imposed as the pandemic swept the globe. And suddenly our own little worlds changed overnight. You know, as an inspector, we were out and about. I just got my Chinese visa for a trip overseas. We were all ready, and then overnight you are grounded, you are going nowhere. Suddenly my wife had me at home quite a lot more than before, and I was constantly getting underfoot and therefore being given plenty of jobs to do. But things changed. You know, the kids were at home, and we're doing homeschooling. You know, the rise of Zoom and Teams and Skype and all of those kind of things. You know, we all had them. We were, you know, my parents were busy working out how to use their iPads. So they could actually talk to us and this kind of thing. So life fundamentally changed. But in terms of visits, you know, hospitals are, if you just ever stand and watch the entrance to a hospital, you just watch swathes of people wandering in and out all day long. And suddenly there were no-go areas. You know, do you have COVID? Yes. You may end up at the hospital. If you don't have COVID, don't go near the hospital. And great swathes of the medical community were focused on or refocused on the provision of COVID care. You just look at who was dragged back into doing that kind of thing. But what did it mean for clinical trials? In essence, the nature of the pandemic and the need for social distancing meant that overnight things had to change. Prior to that, your investigator would see the patients, they'd go into the hospital, they were fundamentally linked with the trial site. Decentralized trials weren't really a thing, really. There were a few sort of attempts at it, but they were not common by any stretch. But the need to keep patients away from the hospital meant that lots of changes had to happen. You had the fear of infection, trying to protect the clinicians that were there, trying to keep patients clear of COVID, all of that kind of thing. And then you had the refocusing of what trials were ongoing, what trials could continue to happen, but equally what needed to happen in order to support trying to get rid of COVID. So it was identified really early on that there was a real need for guidance to support sponsors as the world started locking down and people were looking at what can we do and how are we going to keep these things running. And so across the globe, guidance started to appear. So on the slide, you can see MHRA, FDA, Health Canada's regulatory flexes, which started to appear. And the purpose of this was really to support the efforts of those people conducting trials. So how can you keep your trial running as long as possible? Or to help you either suspend it, close it down. Certainly in the UK, there was a look at trials, whether or not where they were, whether they were likely to ever meet their expected outcomes and things. So some trials were just closed, others were mothballed, as well as trying to work with how might we run trials again in the future? How might we run trials supporting COVID products? So just to give some examples, had all sorts of trial adaptations, so things like you could go ahead and change the visit schedule. Once upon a while, I'd see you every month. Come to my clinic, we'll measure some things, we'll talk about how you are, that kind of stuff. Now it was, I don't want to see you. And we're going to get rid of a whole load of these things that require you to come to the hospital. And perhaps there's other ways we can keep some of that ticking along. Remote visits became a thing. And much more than before, often you'd get your research nurse perhaps ring the patient home. How you doing? You all right? You still with us? Anything you need to tell us? That was almost the extent of your remote visit. But suddenly they became a real thing. More and more discussions happened about what could be done at home. And just looking on LinkedIn yesterday, there was a colleague from FDA talking about the potential for a trial in a box, which could be sent to a patient, and these kind of things. So they're really interesting thinking which has come from this. Informed consent, we talked about e-consent before, I'll come back to that in a minute. IMP being shipped to patients' home or participants' homes directly. I worked in hospital pharmacy before I became an inspector, and we used to send stuff to patients at home, mainly because they didn't want to stay and wait for the couple of hours it was going to take us to actually ship medication or to dispense their medication. We did it reluctantly, but we'd been doing it for years. All this was in essence turning this into more of an established process. Same with safety reporting, do the best you can with what you have available, but we still need to know what's going on. Remote monitoring became much more of a thing. And then, in inverted commas, the acknowledgement of protocol deviations. Real life continues to happen. So do the best you can, and then we'll work with you with that. But what's quite interesting is that, in essence, there were plenty of prior enablers. So certainly in the UK, the legislation is broad. It's very much high principle stuff. It doesn't say thou shalt do a thing, or at least generally it doesn't. It's pretty broad about how you conduct or can conduct a clinical trial, and that's deliberate because it enables all types of trials to happen, whether it's phase 1, first in man, all the way through to phase 4, and allowing all of those different types of work to occur. We've always been, MHRA has always been a pragmatic regulator, and like I said, regulations are generally high level, supported by detailed guidance, and that's where that comes from. So there's always been the ability, and I mentioned it in my previous talk, the ability to flex a little bit, to put in risk proportionality, risk adaptation. So that's always been there. The pandemic just forced people to have to adopt some of it because they had to continue to get their trials to work. In the UK, there was some previous pandemic legislation. 2009 avian flu, if anybody remembers that. There were a few bits and pieces that were bolted onto the legislation, not very much, If you look at it, it's a couple of sides of paper, changing a few bits and pieces, but mainly about labelling, a little bit about timelines for things like urgent safety measures and things. But people have started thinking about it. Some capacity existed within the system. And then, in some respects, this brings me probably to the biggest point of all in my presentation, is that times have changed in terms of technology, and we have all of these things available to us now, and they're much more established. Very, very few trials now run without any e-systems. You know, whether that's IRT, whether that's eCRF, eCOA, all those kind of things. There are so many e-systems out there now which allow alternative ways of working to occur. You know, e-consent, you know, we're busy talking about e-consent. In 2018, we published some guidance along with National Research Ethics Service in the UK about e-consent, but people just weren't picking up particularly quickly on using it. It's difficult. We don't know how it's going to come across. We don't know what it looks like. I don't know how to really put that in. And then suddenly you're in this world of, I've got to put it in because there's no other way of doing this. And so the pandemic became a crucible, really, of trial by fire, of you've got to get these things to work. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter how you're going to do it. You've got to adopt it and get on with it, or not run trials. So the next couple of slides really help set the scene a little bit, really. The clinical trial landscape was already, in some respects, in quite a good place. There was quite a lot of supported stuff sitting within it, but what it didn't have was the impetus to use a lot of it. But the pandemic required us to sort of get on and adopt a lot of these things, targeted trials. You know, suddenly you can't collect everything just because your patient's there. You've got to make trials as simple as possible. And I'm not saying that the pandemic trials themselves were simple. Some of them were incredibly complicated, but you had to really think about what you were collecting and how you were going to collect it. You needed to think about risk adaptation a lot more. How can we do as much as we can within the constraints we have, whilst making it deliverable by the trial teams, whilst making it simple for patients or participants to do their thing, and to have them as broad as possible. We need as many patients as we can get into the vaccine studies, all those kind of things. It forced the researchers to sort of adopt new ways of working, to think about alternative ways of working. You can't just have the participant rock up to clinic and then stab them for blood, measure a bunch of things, get them to fill in some questionnaires and send them on their way again. Suddenly you've got to be able to do all that lot in an alternative kind of way. And in some respects, it's stress tested some trial components. You know, there's been all sorts of things which have been in the regs for ages. You know, so assent by a legal guardian, been in the regs for ages, always been in there pretty much. But very few trials actually use it, where suddenly you're confronted by a patient population which you have to use this for. So how are you as an organisation going to manage it from a sponsor point of view, or as a trial site use it? Another interesting point is that it massively increased awareness of clinical trials. You know, suddenly my mum knew what I did and was able to talk about phases of a clinical trial. My children were talking about what was coming through from the vaccines and which ones they'd like, much as they thought they had a choice. But anyway, it was just a bit weird. But you suddenly had all this patient interest and involvement in clinical trials, which we don't routinely see. And that's something to make sure we continue to tap into, that patient awareness of what's going on. The general population is given this background knowledge. Certainly in the UK, you had, you know, the chief medical officers standing up talking about trials and putting up graphs of things and whatever. And that working knowledge, you know, the newspapers were full of clinical trial information and how trials work and this kind of thing. So hopefully that's whetted people's appetite for the future of getting involved in more clinical trials. It also forced sponsors to adapt and evolve. In the toolbox had often been e-consent and these kind of things, but they were very much that. They were, you know, at the back of the box, maybe back of the shelf, something for another day maybe is complicated, don't really have the time, don't really have the experience, not sure how a regulator is going to accept it, no idea how we might defend it on inspection, those kind of things. But suddenly you're forced to get them off the shelf and get on with it. And then work out how to use it effectively. And over time, people got better at it. But certainly out on inspection, looking at some of these things, some things worked well, other things didn't work so well. And e-consent or remote consent is a great example of that. For a lot of people, it worked well. They built systems to work with it. Others struggled a bit more with it. And certainly one of the sites we went to was a general practitioner, and we were listening to some phone calls made by a patient who was to be involved in a clinical trial. And listening to the conversation is real life. And the patient wanted to know one thing, the doctor wanted to tick some things off the list, but how the two are actually two very different conversations, all meant to be about the same thing, was really interesting. I think finally on this slide is to think about how, as a regulator, how we then work with applicants. And we see this sort of working through the system now. We did quite a lot of work with potential applicants for the future, so the sponsors of the time, support their setup and running of the COVID trials. Lots of scientific advice, lots of stage gating, submit the data you've got, let's see how we go. And that's provided much food for thought about future ways of working and sort of collaboration. How might we be able to do that in the future? Is that something we can build into some aspect of business as usual? But post-pandemic, you can't have all of these things running forever. And some of these needed to be tightened back up again. They were put in place to allow for a particular point in time. So some things were tightened back up again. Urgent safety measure reporting dropped back to its usual reporting timelines. Same with things like development safety update reports, again, were required within a time frame rather than just being when you can achieve it. But what we then started to see was this healthy growth in alternative ways of working as people worked through these things and went, decentralized trials, we can do that, virtual trials, all these different types of innovative trial designs, buckets, baskets, umbrellas, all these new terms which suddenly we had to come to terms with. We used at the beginning trial by fire, people worked through it and worked out what they were going to do with it. And now we start to see them in the common terminology we're discussing today. I suspect a good chunk of people in the room and certainly online now have some experience of these things, because they're no longer just an academic publication describing this is one alternative approach to running a clinical trial. You've probably either looked at it or have trials of your own which run using these alternative methods. Like I said, it brings us to alternative ways of working, so things like rolling review and this kind of thing, but also trying to push you to continue that sort of innovation. How else can you run clinical trials? What else can you do to make the participant journey as easy as possible, the investigator's journey as easy as possible, to streamline the data you capture to make sure you have what's important rather than just collecting everything in sight just because you can. And with that then brings good quality trials, good quality data collection, and useful tools and approaches for people to use. As I mentioned in my previous talk, E6R3 has taken on board some of these ideas and processes and dropped them in as well, and trying to provide useful guidance. And along the way, we all now have a little bit more working knowledge of them. So we bring our pandemic learning and experience to these things. So to summarize a little bit, many of the processes and approaches already existed. They were just sitting on the shelf waiting to be used, or for organisations to develop their experience of using them, and in some respects the courage to dust them off and give them a go. It massively forced everyone to evolve their processes and to look at alternative ways of doing things, and that feeds into risk-based trial design, that feeds into risk-based trial conduct, and also the further expansion of alternative ways of working. Just a few things to go and read, just some of the things I've mentioned along the way. And then my closing thought before I pass it on is that ultimately we all need to ensure that we've learned from our COVID-19 trial experiences and that we've evolved our practice and conduct by the development of innovative, effective and risk-proportionate clinical trials. I just think it's so important that we use what we've learned, that it doesn't just go, times were different back then, it was a bit weird, a bit stressful, a bit different, but we're going to stop all of that lot and we're going to go back to the trials of yesteryear. I don't think that's the way forward. So I'd like to pass you now on to Jennifer, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Jason. Now we'll be doing the session topic from the Canadian point of view. So just an overview, talking about inspection changes during the pandemic, again, from the Canadian point of view. We'll introduce you to what's called compliance readiness inspections, or CRIs for short. And then we'll discuss some inspection changes post-pandemic, again, from the Canadian point of view. And we'll wrap it up with some real-world examples of CRIs via some case studies. So the Clinical Trial Compliance Program is a national coast-to-coast program, with our mandate being to promote and verify compliance of drug clinical trials against the Food and Drugs Act and associated regulations, including Part C, Division 5 of the Food and Drug Regulations, as well as good clinical practice. And how do we do this? We conduct inspections of the regulated parties conducting clinical trials. We develop guidance documents for the public to use to help with clinical trials, as well as compliance promotion, such as speaking today at today's symposium. So some inspection changes from the Canadian point of view during the pandemic. When it started, we halted all our on-site inspections, but we still wanted to ensure that the regulated parties were compliant with GCP and the clinical trial regulations. So we switched things up and we went remote as well as hybrid if an on-site portion was warranted. There was lots of players in the game. Everyone was kind of all hands on deck to solve the COVID-19 problem. So there was a lot of new stakeholders conducting clinical trials. And we also introduced new temporary regulatory measures called the interim order. We developed that as a regulatory flexibility. The first one in the spring of 2020, which was renewed with interim order number 2 in the spring of 2021. And we also developed remote compliance readiness inspections. We started them, and the first one being done in the fall of 2020. So a lot of things were happening in the first few months of the pandemic. Not too shabby considering the government historical speed with which they conduct new processes. So what are these compliance readiness inspections that we're talking about? As mentioned, they were a new inspection developed during the pandemic. Their purpose being to wanting to conduct them prior to participant enrollment. So no data was being reviewed with these types of inspections. We want to verify the site or the organization is actually ready to enroll and dose the participants. We want to ensure the sponsors and the sites that are conducting COVID-19 clinical trials are better prepared to meet GCP and Canadian regulatory requirements before they actually full on start their clinical trial, with the goal being to reduce non-compliances during the clinical trial. So the methodology we use for CRIs, we are focused on compliance readiness targeting human drug clinical trials, and this was in Canada. They were mostly done remotely in the beginning, did have the on-site or hybrid option if warranted. And the regulated parties we looked to inspect were the same ones that we were inspecting prior to the pandemic: sponsors, CROs, and qualified investigators, or PIs, as you call them in other jurisdictions, especially if it was a sponsor QI, as our regulations do not differentiate between commercial and non-commercial sponsors. And it's not, CRI is not really a quote, quote, full inspection. It's a shorter one, over 2 to 3 days, and 1 or 2 inspectors, as compared to a sponsor inspection, which is a systems-based inspection. You can have that anywhere from 5 to 10 days, and with 2 or 3 sponsors. 2 or 3 inspectors, sorry. There's 3 main stages of the CRI. You've got the pre-inspection stage, where you open the inspection, you're getting prepared. Then you have the inspection itself, starts with an opening meeting. Then you can conduct it remotely, on-site or hybrid options. Then you follow it at the end with a closing meeting. And then post-inspection, you're just closing out the inspection. So I'll go into a bit more details of those stages right now. So as mentioned, the pre-inspection stage, the inspector will select the regulated party and the study they are going to inspect. This is from an internal list of recommended studies. It's risk-based. Then they will contact the inspected party. They will introduce the CRI. They will ask questions about the stage of the clinical trial, the status of it. Just as mentioned, we'd like to have it before participants are enrolled. Not that we can't do a CRI if they have, but if they're near the end of the clinical trial, it wouldn't be as effective. Then they will kind of set tentative dates with the inspected party. And then once those dates are confirmed, the inspector will send a written notification letter and a CRI checklist. Go into a bit more detail about the checklist in the next slide. And then the inspector will do their preparation. They'll obtain information about the study from the Health Canada records, looking at the clinical trial application, reviewing the protocol and amendments, any sort of informed consent documentation, study drug information, what have you. And then the inspector will prepare their inspection plan. And we also do a presentation during the compliance readiness inspection, kind of introducing Health Canada, the regulations, and the notice that went out during the pandemic about management of clinical trials. We discussed that. So what is on a typical inspection plan? The checklist for a CRI. Now, this is areas that an inspector may focus. It's by no means an exhaustive list. It's not in any order of priority. It's just giving some examples. So as mentioned, we'll look at the status of the clinical trial, look for key dates. When did you get your ethics review approval? Did you do SIVs yet? When was your first dosing, if that has happened? How many sites are going to be involved, number of participants, et cetera. We'll also want to have a look at the organizational charts. Who are the key players? What are their responsibilities? A lot of review of the clinical trial procedures and plans, looking at key SOPs such as informed consent process, drug management. You'll have monitoring SOPs if you're involved with equipment and the maintenance and calibration of that. Training being another key one, how you're managing and reporting adverse events and so on, and record retention procedures. Monitoring plans would be one thing we'd want to review, various safety management plans, data management, IP management, risk management, et cetera plans. We'd be looking at the protocol and informed consent form and the investigator's brochure, see how they compare to what we have in our records to the current version that's being used in the trial. Looking at training records, and this can be very encompassing in that you're looking at the monitor's qualifications, CVs of study personnel, job descriptions, their training records in regards to study-specific training, GCP training, and in our case, Division 5 for the Canadian regulations. And in the interim order training, if they were conducting it during the pandemic under that pathway, as well as looking at if they've conducted an SIV documentation there, et cetera. Contracts and agreements between the sponsor and the investigator or an institution. If there's third parties involved, what are the delegated responsibilities there? And the investigational product label will also be reviewed because in Canada, we need it in both English and French. And then electronic systems, which ones are going to be used with this study? A list of them, what's their status? Have they been validated for their intended use and so on? So during the CRI itself, there'll be the opening meeting, introductions, explaining the purpose and scope of the inspection, explaining the inspector's authority to conduct the inspection, giving that presentation that I mentioned, and then the inspector will make their document requests accordingly. Then they'll get down to doing review of all those clinical trial documents they've requested. They may conduct interviews with key personnel if they need some further information and questions answered. And if there's any additional requests as a result of the initial review and interviews, that will be done during the inspection as well. And then at the end, the information will be consolidated and the findings that the inspector had during the course of the inspection will be summarized, and it's done verbally. And this is because there is no written inspection report that's issued from this type of inspection. There's no actually overall compliance rating for the inspection and no individual risk ratings for the findings. And as a result of the no inspection report, there's also no corrective and preventative action required to be submitted to Health Canada by the inspected party. And then post-inspection, within a few days of the inspection, the inspector will send a completion letter, written, usually sent via email. Then they will compile all the information from the inspection, summarize it in an internal database. This would be all the key dates, the documents that were sent to the inspected party, the various letters. If they've retained any documents from the inspection to support their findings, that will be saved and collected as well. And making notes about the status of the study, obviously all their findings from the study. And we'll save those relevant documents in our Health Canada repository. And as mentioned, there is no inspection report issued. And there's also no posting on the Health Canada website. Our other investigator inspections are publicly posted for you to review, but the CRI inspections are not. If there is any significant findings from the CRI, the place to note it is in this inspector summary, and they can then also recommend that a regular inspection be conducted in the future. So just some summaries of the CRIs. As mentioned, they were started during the pandemic, and it's to ensure the regulated party is better prepared to meet GCP and Canadian regulatory requirements. And we're targeting to do it before they've actively gone and conducted the clinical trial, because we want to reduce the likelihood of non-compliances during the inspection and protect the safety and rights of the participants, as well as generating valid clinical trial data. We have since expanded from initially doing only COVID clinical trials to doing other areas which we're seeing emerging non-compliance. And we're also doing CRIs with new sponsors and qualified investigators, because they seem to be a higher risk for non-compliances because of their not as familiar with the regulations. So some inspection changes from the Canadian point of view post-pandemic. We've gone back to on-site inspections, but we are still continuing with remote and hybrid inspections. So we've got that inspection flexibility continuing. And we're continuing and expanding areas for new inspection options, bioequivalence inspections, medical device inspections, what have you. And the Canadian regulatory regulations are providing an alternative pathway. The interim order was changed into the COVID regulations, the clinical trials for medical devices and drugs relating to COVID-19 regulations, which came into effect in February 2022. This is continuing to facilitate the authorization and implementation of COVID-19 related clinical trials, and maintains the flexibilities that were set out in the interim order until the framework with the Clinical Trials Modernization Initiative is in place. And we're continuing our compliance readiness inspections post-pandemic. So now to get into some real-world examples from CRI inspections. These are actual regulated parties who were inspected, but no specific names or studies will be identified to protect the innocent or guilty. They're representatives of findings from our CRIs. We saw some kind of trends of common themes of findings. So case study A, the sponsor was new to clinical trials and not previously inspected by Health Canada. So that's one of our risk factors. They were conducting a COVID-related clinical trial. We conducted this CRI remotely during the pandemic. And as it turns out, we also did a regular sponsor inspection with this sponsor on site post-pandemic. It wasn't as a result of a recommendation from the CRI, it was just part of our regular inspection process. So we have kind of findings from both the CRI and the sponsor inspection to provide there. So some findings from the CRI. Their SOPs, plans, and other documents were mostly in place, so good on them. But they did have some miscellaneous issues with procedures, version controls, approvals, and they were missing some elements such as remote monitoring, which a lot of sponsors had to add a lot of remote elements, remote informed consent, as was previously mentioned, as well as remote monitoring. They had some document quality issues, drug accountability, delegation log, training records, etc. And they had no study team training on the Canadian regulations as it related to the interim order, which is what they were operating under, and the pharmacy manual. So as compared to some findings we found during the sponsor inspection, they had a CRO involved remotely, and And we did have some deficiencies in some various areas with systems and procedures, the documents and safety data reviews as an example, the clinical trial plans, examples of monitoring and safety management, and the associated documentation had some deficiencies there, as well as the electronic system access and traceability had some deficiencies, and the training records and the training and associated records there also had some deficiencies. But overall, they had no critical observations. We don't overall rate our sponsor inspections, we just rate the observations and findings themselves. As mentioned, they had no critical ones. As compared to case study B, there's some similarities in the fact that they were new sponsor QI to clinical trials. We'd not previously inspected them. They were also conducting a COVID-related clinical trial. We didn't actually conduct a CRI on them. We found out about this sponsor and the issues from an internal referral, and a compliance verification was done at the end of the study. And so it was kind of a retrospective analysis of the issues. And the issues that we found with them is they were implementing protocol amendments without Health Canada approval, submitting notifications to Health Canada not within the regulatory timelines, and they had multiple other deficiencies under the Canadian regulations in various aspects: systems and procedures, training, protocol deviations, monitoring, investigator oversight, records management, to name a few. So in hindsight, this is a good example of a sponsor that may have benefited from a CRI. So they might have not had these issues during their clinical trial. Case study C is similar to the other two in that it was, again, a new sponsor QI to clinical trials. We'd not previously inspected them, but they were conducting a non-COVID clinical trial. It was an area of emerging concern. We also did this CRI remotely. It was just done post-pandemic. So some of the findings from that inspection: several documents, the SOPs, plans, etc., were not yet finalized or approved. They were missing many aspects there. The personnel had not all been selected or delegated properly, or any contracts in place. They had no ICH, GCP, or Canadian regulations training. And study drug documents were unclear or wrong or missing information. They were approved to conduct clinical trials. They'd gotten their no objection letter from Health Canada. So technically you should be ready and good to go. But as the CRI found out, they had several things that needed to be done before they could conduct a clinical trial without the potential for having lots of non-compliances. So we actually recommended for future inspection with this sponsor. So some takeaways from the case studies: we are finding non-compliances. But we're also finding that there's a learning experience for the regulated party. It's identifying improvements to make. The CRIs are not like a finger wagging type inspection. They're there to help ensure that the regulated party is better prepared to conduct the clinical trial and meet the GCP and regulatory requirements during the active or busy phase of the trial. We're also noticing that the lack of regulatory knowledge and clinical trial preparation can indeed lead to more observations and more major or critical observations. So thereby you have an increased likelihood of non-compliance, which can then lead to a risk to participant safety and data integrity. So to summarize overall from the Canadian perspective, our inspection strategy is more flexible in that we've got remote and hybrid inspections that we're conducting in addition to our traditional on-site inspections. And the compliance readiness inspection is a flexible option in our compliance toolbox in that it's providing more clinical trial guidance upstream to hopefully therefore reduce non-compliances and issues downstream while still looking to protect the participants' rights and safety and ensure valid clinical trial data. We also noticed that electronic documentation and systems are more commonplace from the paper way, from both the Health Canada and the regulated party perspective, which we're finding easier, faster, more efficient communication and document sharing and record retention aspects. So if you have any questions about that or the session, please provide them to the Q&A panel at the end of today. So thank you very much, and I'll now pass it over to Richard for the FDA perspective for this session.
Sorry. Thank you, Jennifer and Jason. Let's click it forward. All right. So I'm Rick Burning. Nice to meet you all. As Iram said in her introduction to me, I sit in the Office of Bioresearch Monitoring Operations within ORA. And just for the international attendees who might not be familiar with that function, ORA is kind of our boots on the grounds. We do the on-site inspections. And within OBIMO, I'm on our international inspection cadre. So I'm dedicated to doing mostly international inspections. So I'm going to do this summary of pre and post-COVID inspection activities from my personal perspective, the boots on the ground. Click through. All right, so we'll go through a brief overview of the development and implementation of remote regulatory assessments during the pandemic, and then move on to my boots on the ground perspective on what typical inspections have looked like pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And the typical disclaimer, these are my personal perspectives and opinions on the matter and not representative of FDA. All right, so we've talked a little bit about these remote regulatory assessments, or RAs, and we will continue to talk about them in future presentations, so I will not dwell on the topic for too long. But for my participation, these are one of the biggest innovations for FDA during the pandemic from an OBIMO standpoint, because inspections were not possible at the time. And they're a useful, if somewhat limited tool. They're still being adapted for continued use in the post-pandemic era. By design, they were not intended to create an undue burden on inspection sites, on the study sites, as many international clinical investigator sites simply are not equipped to facilitate the types of things like scanning an entire study's worth of documentation to submit electronically to then talk about on video conferences. So due to this, we had to be very thoughtful about exactly what we wanted to look at during these focused reviews. And we had to make sure that we scheduled times for interviews that were compatible with the global facilities and that they would be able to talk via interpreter usually as the documentation that we wanted to know. This was a lot of late nights and early mornings. These are better than nothing, but they don't afford such an in-depth review as an inspection. All right, and just like everybody else, FDA had to develop policies and procedures in real time during the pandemic, and bioresearch monitoring, even within FDA, had different needs in other areas. Many of the different arms of FDA utilize these RRAs, and they were trying to figure out if they were a good fit, even the CIFSTAN and CDRH, everybody else. I know CEDAR and BIMO, we definitely went fully on board with these during the pandemic. And we're still continuing to adapt it. Recently, in October 2023, FDA issued a new draft guidance for industry that discusses RAs by a new moniker of Remote Interactive Evaluations, or RAEs. This will be covered in further presentations. So I'll move on to my particular focus, which is the investigator perspective. I'll go through an overview of what typical inspections consisted of pre-pandemic and how innovations such as decentralized trial structures and implementation of digital health technologies have changed these inspections post-COVID. So pre-pandemic, reason, highly centralized, data usually created, kept at investigator sites, and the subjects typically seen exclusively at a study site. These are the classic study types that most of us have been familiar with over the years. At the investigator site level or clinical bioequivalence inspection level, you will find that the vast majority of study data is generated locally. Exceptions to that may be IVRS or central lab evaluations. This is a potentially burdensome setup for the study sites from a data collection standpoint, and potentially burdensome to study subjects by virtue of the required travel distance and just the frequency of coming to the study site for visit after visit after visit. And so by that nature, it can reduce the potential number of subjects that may be able to access and participate in the trial. But from my perspective, I used to like those. Be fairly efficient inspection study sites. You could just show up, walk in the door. You know that pretty much everything you want to look at to ensure the review is adequate is at the site. And as we've talked about during these other presentations, post-pandemic, there's an increase in the decentralization of these clinical trials. And it had been on the horizon prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, but as others have stated and illustrated in the presentations, the need to continue clinical research trials had to be properly balanced while ensuring subject safety and also maintaining the quality of the research. And so there was a push to decentralize these clinical trials, and it felt like a fast forward button was pushed. And as inspections have returned to normal from late 2021 to present, more and more of the work I do involves a trial with at least one or more decentralized elements. To date, I've yet to fully encounter a fully decentralized trial. The hybrid model seems to be the preferred one based on my particular experience. So FDA published numerous updates to the COVID-19 clinical trials conduct guidance during the pandemic. This is to aid sponsors in minimizing disruption to clinical trials. Ideas such as the remote informed consent, remote telehealth visits, remote monitoring, home healthcare evaluations, and remote data capture via digital health technologies have begun to enter the mainstream as there are practical applications of the need to protect the health of study subjects and continue research activities. And the flexibility that was afforded to industry and researchers during the pandemic further to shift into the decentralized clinical trials. That, in my view, it won't return to the pre-pandemic structures. And once this flexibility was used to demonstrate that the changes in research design and conduct could be effective and reliable, a return to the old paradigm seems improbable. And FDA has continued to develop further guidance for industry as the interest in these areas continues. Just last year in 2023, we provided updated guidance documents on decentralized clinical trials, the use of real-world data and real-world evidence, and the use of digital health technologies in drug development and clinical investigations. And these were rolled out to continue to provide current agency thinking on these topics due to the increased interest and utilization of all aspects of the research that got a jumpstart during the pandemic. The decentralized approach can offer greater access to participation in clinical trial and reduce subject burdens, as previously outlined. But there are certainly some growing pains involved, as the burden can move from the subject to the study site. Some study sites I've seen have shown struggles with adapting to telehealth and remote monitoring systems, as investigators are used to maintaining greater direct control over study activities simply by virtue of them being conducted within their institutions. And while remote monitoring can be an effective tool to evaluate compliance with study activities, I've observed that it can be harder to identify site non-compliance and implement corrective actions without a personal presence at the site that is conducting a study outside of its usual scope. Think of sites where they're taking on new studies outside of their typical function areas, they have a higher enrollment population in a particular trial, or stricter blinding criteria. If monitoring isn't happening at appropriate intervals at these sites, problems can persist and multiply. Proper risk assessment is critical when implementing monitoring plans, and considerations need to be given to the site's ability to adapt to new study structures and equipment. And from my end, decentralized trials can be harder on the FDA inspection side. My overarching goal is the same on inspection now as it was 5 years ago. I try to meet the requested level of review from the center issuing an inspection assignment memorandum to me and make sure that subject safety and rights are protected and that all the data generated from application is accurate and true to the best extent possible. In a centralized trial, I can do all that from one place when I show up. In the decentralized environment, when I arrive at the study site, I have to begin the inspection by confirming what the responsibilities at a site or a sponsor actually were for a given study or studies. And then once I establish that, I have to determine what data I can properly assess from what the inspected entity is responsible for. These days, it feels like I spend more time sifting through system audit trails, user acceptance testing, or data transfer specs, or a receipt confirmation than I do reviewing site records. And part of the difficulty for FDA in particular is that unlike some of our regulatory counterparts, we cannot request documents to review ahead of time on these inspections. And for me, when I'm on a foreign site, I have my week to get in, do the work, and get out. So any requests for information from a vendor, such as audit trails or user acceptance testing, they have to be made after the inspection opening, which immediately puts me at a time crunch. We have to make judgment calls on where the inspection time should be focused and use our spidey sense, as others have called it, to try to locate the problem areas at an inspection site as quickly as possible. The above changes primarily apply to clinical investigator and sponsor inspections. The bioequivalence inspections I've done post-pandemic, they're still predominantly the same. Their structure doesn't really lend themselves to decentralization. And the majority of the BEQ centers I go to, they still rely on manpower and paper records to get the job done. All right, continuing the theme to DHTs, others covered electronic patient reported outcomes and standalone devices for recording subject source data. And as I was saying, my recent inspections have mostly reflected this shift towards decentralization of study setup and implementation of DHTs. The data gathering technologies such as electronic patient reported outcomes feel nearly ubiquitous these days. And remote gathering of information such as blood glucose levels or blood pressure levels are something I see more of lately as well. But again, with this push to use these data gathering techniques, it comes the burden of understanding the use of it at the site level. Investigator sites that are used to seeing their subjects in person need to be properly trained on the use of the DHCs, as well as the responsibility for the oversight of the use of these devices on the subject end. And at the sponsor level, consideration must be given to the intended purposes and functions of the technology. Just a few issues I have seen in person, particular to ePro systems. I've seen ePro help desk users that are given edit access when the subjects call in and ask for help. But when the help desk user made the change, it persisted as the subject making the entry as opposed to the help desk user. I've also seen ePro systems that, by design, they requested large, consistent amounts of event reporting from subjects, and specifically subject caregivers in a sick pediatric population. And the same system prevented entry of information after 48 hours, leading to underreporting of events that had to be corrected after the fact. In that situation, there was no consideration given to the caregiver probably putting more focus on caring for the child than just churning data into an ePro. And I've also seen ePro systems where subjects are not trained on the proper reporting of the events that require modifications down the line, and it creates a large amount of event adjudication later. And typically with checking at the study step through the portal and has to get re-verified on inspection. So these three issues are ones that should have been considered in the design of the study prior to the implementation of the ePro. And from where I stand, the newness of the implementation on both sides and the general increase in the number of data movement pathways in these decentralized trials, it opens the door for errors that can affect data integrity and subject privacy. This increase in the number of potential vendors and systems used in clinical trials creates more potential pitfalls. Each link in the chain may work on the assumption that the next link is doing their job adequately with adequate systems of protection in place, but that's not always the case. And these weak links in the chain are something that I always put a heavy focus on when I show up at a sponsor or clinical investigator site. Changing the topic to real-world data, real-world evidence. I haven't done any of these inspections personally. It feels like industry is keen to leverage these large data sources where possible to support marketing applications. These sources can be very challenging to verify from an inspection standpoint. The collection of data, the ownership and maintenance of data sources such as oncology registries, just for example, pose challenges in the verification of the integrity of the data, and selection bias is a concern, as is proper consent for the use of the data and protection of the privacy of the individuals whose data was collected for this registry. That was not necessarily intended for inclusion in a marketing application. And I'd like to add another perspective from some of my colleagues. During meetings and discussions with colleagues about recent inspections in the post-pandemic era, I've also observed there's a split in their comfort levels of performing electronic data review. While it's an area that I'm keenly interested in, and I love diving deep into it, and I focus on it on every inspection, the fact is that until recently, Obama did not even have permission to access read-only systems and had to rely on over-the-shoulder activities to review vast TMFs and things like that. So the rise of the decentralization of trials and the implementation of all these numerous data streams to track and verify on an inspection, it's generated like a real interest and a need and increased data integrity training for our inspectorate to continue to be flexible and adapt to new ways of keeping inspections efficient, to review as much of the critical data as possible while on site in our limited time. Continuous training is a cornerstone of any enterprise, and regulatory inspections are no different. The changing landscape of clinical trials in the post-pandemic is certainly keeping us on our heels while doing our part to ensure that data quality is coming from the trials. All right. So we've reached the end of my brief overview of my personal view of these. So in summary, decentralization and the use of digital health technologies in clinical trials, they only appear to be increasing in scope. And they do offer real tangible benefits to study subjects and to study sites if they are properly organized, trained, and monitored for compliance with the study protocol. And RRAs or RAEs now are a new tool in our tool belt to evaluate compliance with regulations and are continuing to evolve in their function and scope. Keep your ears up for much more information on these in the coming presentations. And from my point of view, while decentralization and digital health technologies can be beneficial to sites and subjects, they do appear to be making FDA inspections of sites and sponsors more burdensome, especially in the international inspection area where you cannot feasibly extend inspection times. Careful planning and constant evaluation of where inspection focus should be spent is critical to properly gauge an inspection site's compliance with their responsibilities for a clinical trial and ensuring that the integrity of critical study data has been preserved throughout all phases of generation, storage, movement, and analysis. I'll leave you with the closing thought that the pandemic presented numerous challenges, but as long as we keep subject safety and rights and quality data control, I should add that in there, at the forefront, innovation can only improve the output of clinical research as long as regulatory review practices adapt accordingly. All right. Look forward to any of your questions later or at the end of the day. And I will pass it off to Lakeisha.
Thank you again, Richard, Jason, Jennifer, and Aram, for that very interesting presentation. Great information. As we continue, I'm going to move on to session 3, and I would like to welcome Dr. Kasa Ayalu and his presenters to the stage. They will be presenting the future of GCP inspections.
Thank you, Lakeisha. It's great, actually, that this will be, the next session will be on the future, about the future. It is a continuation of what we just heard about post-pandemic experience. And the future of GCP inspection, that's titled for our session. And we'll discuss about the experience and lesson learned during the COVID pandemic, and also focusing on different kind of tools, the agency in particular from FDA perspective, as well as from MHRA, that had been used during the pandemic, and also to discuss the pro and con of different kind of alternative data verification, whether remote regulatory assessment or remote inspection that as a regulatory agency call. I mean, the names, we call it remote regulatory assessment. For example, our European colleagues tend to call it remote inspection. We have 3 speakers. 2 of them are in person here, and one is going to use alternative technology, and the presentation will be through video. And the first speaker will be Jen Seller, who is a branch chief from the Office of Scientific Investigation at the FDA, and joined by Lieutenant Jennifer Adams, who is the Director for Foreign Cadre from Office of Regulatory Affairs within the FDA. And Rachel Mates from MHRA-UK will be presenting her section through the video. And without further ado, I'm going to invite my colleague, Jen Sellers, to come to the podium and start her presentation. Thank you, Jen. And thank you, Jennifer, as well as Rachel.
Thank you, Kasa. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. All right. I am going to spend 15 minutes to tell you about RRA, Remote Regulatory Assessment, from marketing application review point of view. Okay, so bear with me. 15 minutes. First, I'm going to share our experience of RRA during the pandemic. Then the lessons we learned from the marketing application review perspective, and then future use of RRAs. So before we get to the topic of RRA, I would like to tell you a little bit what we do. So we, Office of Scientific Investigations, the center of Cedar Center, we conduct compliance review for marketing applications, new drug applications, NDAs, BLA, biologic license applications. We cover GCP, routine GCP, not for cause. Our branch cover routine GCP inspections of clinical investigator, sponsor, and the CIOs. So these inspections for phase 1 bioequivalence studies are covered by different office, OSIS. We'll hear from them tomorrow. So now you know our purview. So let's take a look at the review process. So in this process, we collaborate with multiple stakeholders: MHRA, Health Canada, EMA, PMDA. We also collaborate with our own FDA coworkers. All right, here's the review division. We collaborate with them. And then ORA, Office of Regulatory Affairs. So you have heard from Foreign Country Director Barbara, Rick, and Jenna, a wonderful Jenna is here. So we collaborate with them. And when the review division receives NDAs, BLAs, and when GCP inspections are warranted, we collaborate with them and we make decisions which clinical investigators we wanted to inspect. We also decide whether we wanted to inspect a sponsor or CLOs. And once we make that decision, we generate inspection assignment memo, give very specific instructions about how the inspections will be conducted. And then ORA received inspection assignment memo, conduct inspections, and then send us back the inspection report. So we review all the inspection reports for the particular application, and we make CIS, Clinical Inspection Summary, and we make recommendations about data integrity and the study conduct adequacy. And we send the CIS to the review division, and then review division make regulatory decisions based on the reviews from all disciplines. All right, pandemic. Just like Jason just mentioned about the pandemic, it was only 4 years ago when hundreds, thousands of patients died from COVID in a day. So the pandemic has impacted almost every aspect of our life and work. GCP inspection was no exception. So how did we assess the impact of pandemic on GCP inspections? Again, we are talking about our purview, the inspections for routine PDUFA user fee applications. So we looked at total number of inspections in the fiscal year 15 to 21. So as you can see, in 2020, the total number of inspections dropped. And then 21 bounced back a little bit. So probably due to factors such as the availability of COVID vaccine. And then we also look into 5 year, the total number of inspections in the 5 years prior to the pandemic, and calculate the average, which was 418. So compared to the average, FY20 decreased 23%, and FY21, 6%. So FDA, like the other agencies around the world, responded to the pandemic quickly, adapted to the public health crisis, and used alternative tools to assess GCP compliance. So one of the tools we used was RRA. So I have a question for you. What is RRA? So is RRA a inspection? If you say yes, raise your hand. So if you say no, raise your hand. Thank you. Most said no. So the terminology of RRA has evolved. FDA issued first draft guidance in 2021, and then updated in 2022. And then most recently, last month, 2024, issued another draft guidance. So according to the most recent guidance, RRA is remote examination of FDA-regulated establishment and or its records to evaluate compliance with applicable FDA requirements. So the establishments here, I'm talking about, it's clinical investigator, sponsor investigator, sponsor and CIOs. Most of you got it. So to FDA, RRA is not inspection. So as you can see, we have Venn diagram here. So the peach color represents inspection, turquoise, RRA. The overlap area represents the similarities and the other areas differences. Okay, so let's take a look at the inspection first. So FDA to FDA inspections is FDA officials physically enter the physical address of establishment, display the credentials like Rick mentioned. I'm here, I'm FDA, I'm here for inspection, and then present a 482, that's the notice of inspection. And then when there are objectionable observations, FDA will issue 483. On the other hand, RRA is remote, and for GCP purpose, RRA is voluntary, which means when FDA requests RRA, the establishment can decline the request. However, if FDA determines GCP assessment is necessary, and if you decline the RRA, FDA may decide to have inspection. And then you don't get to opt out for inspection. All right, since RRA is not inspection, so there's no credentials, no 482s. However, if there are objectionable observations, those observations findings will not be documented in 483, but will be documented in writing. It's just not in 483 form. So let's take a look at the commonalities, the similarities between the inspection and the RRA. So both can have meetings either in person or virtual, both can verify data, both can assess compliance, and observations can be documented in writing, and FDA can take regulatory actions based on the observations. Doesn't matter, it's inspection or RRA. Now, let's take a look at the RAs that we have reviewed during the pandemic for FY20 and 21. So there were a total of 72 RAs conducted. So FY20, we had 39 RAs. The top two therapeutic area that these RAs supported for approval, the first one is oncology. The second one is antiviral. Mostly it's anti-COVID drugs. In FY21, we had 33 RAs. Again, oncology was the first top therapeutic area that this RA is supported. The second one is rare diseases. Let's take a look at the RA's categories by application, submission, and whether it was designated as a mission critical. So as you can see, almost 70% of our RAs supported NDA, about 30% supported BLA, and then almost 80% of RAs supported original submissions, and then 20% for supplements. And then almost 60% of our RAs supported mission-critical applications. And these are the RAs categories by establishment type and the locations of establishment. As you can see, 80% RAs were for clinical investigators and 20% for sponsor CIOs. And then about 80% of our RAs were for establishment outside the US. Lessons learned. This is what we learned from our perspective. RAs were useful in the assessment of data reliability, subject safety, and clinical trial conduct. RAs supported FDA's mission and informed regulatory decisions. So let's think about the benefits of RA. So RA is a valuable tool to verify data submitted. It allows FDA to assess GCP and regulatory compliance remotely to support regulatory decisions. It expands the breadth of FDA's GCP oversight. It has potential to save time and money. So you may ask, for the future use of RA, when may FDA request an RA? The answer is whenever. Whenever FDA determines RA is useful, it's useful to help to assess the GCP compliance of establishments to support regulatory decisions, or when there are travel restrictions and then we cannot do inspections. Take-home message. RRA is a valuable tool for regulatory agencies to assess GCP compliance. All right. First, I'd like to thank our director, Dr. Ayalu, for the help with the slides, and then our site team for the work on the paper we published, and then our staff, GCPAB, for review of RA memo, and our wonderful ORA colleagues for conducting RAs. I have references here. The first one is the draft guidance published in January 2024. The second one is the paper we published. This concludes my presentation. Now I will turn over to Jenna, our ORA. She'll talk about her perspective of RRA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sellers, for that great perspective on RRAs and marketing authorization approval. So my name is Jennifer Adams, and I work for and represent here the Office of Bioresearch Monitoring Operations within the Office of Regulatory Affairs. I'll be beginning this discussion today discussing the evolution of the remote regulatory assessment through time. I'll be talking about RRAs in the transition to post-COVID and in our steady state. And then we'll close discussing RRAs looking towards the future. Now, I'll be the first to note that there is a bit of a disconnect between the session title, The Future of GCP Inspections, and the topics here. And implied in that disconnect is really the balance that we as an agency are trying to strike in terms of how we are going to incorporate this new tool of RRA into our regulatory toolbox. Now, new tools are good, and the pandemic has given us this amazing tool, RRAs. They served us well during the pandemic when we were unable to travel to so many destinations throughout the world, domestic and international. And they supported marketing review for our center colleagues in that time. You'll pick up on the fact that this is an evolving conversation, and the answer of where RRAs fits in depends a lot on who you ask and what they're trying to assess. There is a hope that RRAs can be a quicker, easier, cheaper equivalent to an inspection, but you'll see later on in my slides that that is just not always the case for GCP RRAs. Now, here as a representative for Office of Bioresearch Monitoring, we conduct the majority of GCP operations that this agency does. We did a little over 1,100 last year, including a quarter of which were in a foreign environment. There are other representatives of our agency that are here, for example, the Office of Study Integrity and Surveillance, who also conduct inspections and RRAs, for example, for bioanalytical, and you'll be hearing more about their perspectives and their use of this tool tomorrow. But the focus of this presentation really is on the Office of Bioresearch Monitoring and our experiences with GCP-focused RRAs. So for the next two slides, I've split the evolution of RRAs between foreign and domestic, because the way these operations work are a little different in these two different scenarios. The first thing you'll notice is that RRAs existed prior to the pandemic. So we didn't call them RRAs at the time, but we did have tools for instances where we were unable to travel to conduct on-site inspections or unable to access records in the location where they were generated. We asked sponsors or clinical sites to conduct certified copies, make certified copies of records and ship them to a US location, usually a sponsor or a US agent for our review. You can tell that these were relatively rare in the pre-pandemic world, less than 5 per calendar year leading up to the pandemic. These pre-RRAs did involve interviews, although oftentimes those interviews were mediated through a CRO or sponsor representative. And the records request, importantly, was not iterative. So we asked for copies of certified records and we got what we got. There was no re-request for clarifying documentation, with one important difference between RRAs in the pre-pandemic versus RRAs today. Now, during the pandemic, as I mentioned, these really were our only way to assess study data and human subject protection and support application review. We began the pandemic with no SOPs. We had very limited access to and experience with the tools that we needed to conduct remote regulatory assessments. For example, teleconferencing, all of these tools we know now. And we had very limited understanding of what was required to move forward with RRAs, especially in the foreign arena. We ended up working with clinical investigator sites to obtain approval from their institutions and their data privacy officers. We encouraged them to reach out to their institutional ethics committees to ensure that the appropriate approvals were needed. And in some cases, sites, especially in the foreign arena, had to actually go out and reconsent subjects so their data could be electronically shared with FDA for our remote review. With the understanding during the pandemic, as my colleague Richard Burning mentioned, that we recognized these were not anyone's top priority during the pandemic. We had an ongoing infection, outbreaks occurred, mandatory closures, people had their own personal scenarios, clinical investigators were trying to treat patients still, and we had so many RRAs that were either declined due to, for example, data privacy issues, or canceled even at the last minute due to personal circumstances that precluded the conduct. Nonetheless, we were able to accomplish just shy of 35 RRAs. And if you're doing the math in your head and comparing to Dr. Seller's presentation, these RRAs actually include all RRAs that OBIMO conducted for all of the centers. So this would include centers and as well as OSIS outside of the office OSI. Over time, across the pandemic, we really evolved and developed this tool. We developed our SOPs. We gained much greater familiarity with the tools that we all know associated with remote work. And we gained a much greater understanding of how to conduct these RRAs, what the limitations are for human subject records review through painstaking experience. And we learned what types of inspection assignments were more suitable for this format than others. Now, on the domestic side, as I mentioned before, some differences. There was no real need for an RRA prior to the pandemic. We have investigators that are located all over the United States, and so access to facilities is not really an issue that we have there. But during the pandemic, we conducted just shy of 20 domestic RRAs each year, 2020 to 2021. You see the number drop in 2022 and then rise again in 2023. This is largely related to an institutional review board, RRA pilot, that I'll discuss in a little bit more detail in a few slides. Now, in September 2020, the Office of Bioresearch Monitoring Operations conducted an analysis. We wanted to look at applications for which at least one remote regulatory assessment and one on-site inspection were completed in support of the same application. We were looking for apples to apples comparison with two primary factors for consideration. The first being resource burn and the second being coverage. We ended up with 15 applications representing 33 on-site inspections and 25 RRAs. And I should note here that the majority of the on-site inspections were domestic, as you might imagine. The majority of the RRAs were foreign. So our first question, resource burn. How much time do these take? And this matters for you, the regulated industry, as well. The numbers presented on this slide is the number of hours that it takes an investigator to complete a given operation divided by the total number of operational hours for an investigator for a year. So this is the proportion of an investigator's year dedicated to a single operation, on average presented for RRAs and inspections. And what you're probably seeing is that the RRAs do take longer. In fact, in this analysis, 73% more time. Now, there is a caveat that has been raised on a couple of occasions that what if we were to incorporate travel into this analysis rather than just operational time, especially given that most of these RRAs are done in a foreign environment? It's a salient point. I think it's difficult for me to imagine how you would incorporate a counterfactual scenario into the analysis. You know, an investigator traveling from Savannah, Georgia to Frankfurt, how long their flight time would be. But it's a salient point that I think it would improve this comparison regarding resource burn. Not sure by how much, but it might improve that. Now let's look at our next main factor, coverage. You can tell on the left, RRA coverage, 95% of these were limited in one aspect. While for inspections of, again, apples to apples, same application, 97% were comprehensive. Now there's a number of reasons why RRAs may have been limited in this manner. The first and biggest one is that largely the records that we're receiving for RRAs are redacted of personal identifiers. This means names, dates of birth, signatures, identifying information has been removed from the records that we're reviewing, whereas on-site we would have access to those identified records. This can present a big challenge, and in particular looking at, for example, informed consent documentation, the linchpin of human subjects protection. We're unable to really assess meaningful informed consent documentation without any of the identifying information present. Second, it's difficult to assess internal consistency within records. So is this medical history that was uploaded for subject 12 really the same individual that was dosed at visit 3? Again, without identifiers, there's no way to link those two together, and we end up in a position where we just have to trust that the site has uploaded in good faith. And for this reason, these RRAs are not an ideal, they're a particularly poor solution for assignments where there's data integrity concerns, as you all might imagine. In addition, there were some instances, as Richard Burning mentioned, where due to resource limitations, our clinical investigator sites in particular were unable to share with us the full scope of records that we would have access to physically in an on-site inspection. You know, they just don't have the time and resources, especially during the pandemic, for us to expect them to scan every scrap of paper associated with voluminous trial records. In addition, some of these sites, as I mentioned before, had to have subjects come and reconsent to participate, have their records included in the remote regulatory assessment. In instances where subjects were not able to return to the sites to reconsent, or where they did not consent to having their records shared electronically, we were absent those records for our remote reviews. And then lastly, there were some instances where sites told us due to their data privacy regulations, they were unable to share certain records with us wholesale. And so in those instances, we had to come and review what records they were allowed to share with us as best we could. Now, this is one of the biggest concerns about RRAs, really, and specifically GCP RRAs, that's inherent to the types of records that we're reviewing. These are not batch records. They're not manufacturing records. They're not analysis records. They're not records about process. Ultimately, at the end of the day, these are records about human subjects. And this is why conceptually RRAs seem very straightforward, but in practice can be very challenging. So now we turn to the steady state, 2023. The first thing that you notice is the numbers have decreased since the pandemic. When and where we've been able to travel, we do to conduct on-site inspections with the understanding that they are our gold standard that we can offer and we owe to our center counterparts in their review of applications and ultimately to the American consumer to ensure the products that they're accessing are safe and effective. The second thing you'll notice is there's this bolus of IRB RRAs, Institutional Review Board RRAs. This is related to a pilot project that OBIMO has been conducting with the Center for Drug Evaluation, Center for Biologics, and Center for Device and Radiological Health, where we're looking at a voluntary option of IRBs participating in RRAs. Now, there's a number of factors that are considered when determining which types of assignments are best suited for this pilot project, including inspection history, study types that are under review at a particular IRB, and various other logistical factors. Now, this team is still finalizing their analysis, but 2 points that I'll highlight preliminarily is that these IRBs, RRAs, did actually take more time than their on-site inspection counterparts, something that we know and recognize from our prior analysis, but that there was a certain amount of additional scheduling flexibility due to the lack of travel. Now, it's notable that there are no CI or sponsor or CRO RRAs in 2023. This is really the bread and butter of our program, our GCP program in OBIMO. This is due to the resource and coverage concerns that I expressed in earlier slides, but also an increasing concern about the legality of electronic transfer of clinical records globally. I mentioned before, there are reconsent issues at stake, there's an extensive redaction process, and we're often going about these feasibility negotiations via an interpreter in a different language over Zoom. It's just very challenging. So when we can travel to conduct on-site inspections, we are, with the understanding that, as Dr. Sellers mentioned, RRAs are not inspections, they're not equivalent. Now, other programs like food and drug manufacturing programs have been folding RRAs into their work plan. But there is something about, especially international, transfer of sensitive private information regarding the health of human subjects via an electronic portal that makes GCP RRAs really unique. So let's look towards the future. FDA issued a guidance document in 2022 that was recently updated, and there's actually another additional guidance document that's specific to BIMO. Both of these documents are out at the SBIA booth, so if you have a chance, go stop by and read a copy. But this guidance document indicates, as Dr. Sellers mentioned, that FDA can initiate or request an RRA whenever deemed appropriate, using a risk-based approach that includes the location of a firm, their inspection history, the complexity of the assignment, and any travel restrictions. So to summarize, RRAs are still very much a valuable tool in our toolbox. No one knows when the next potential global pandemic could hit. In addition, there are unique circumstances, even in a post-COVID world, where RRAs are going to be appropriate. The thing is, we have to come into these decisions with the understanding of the limitations of this tool and ensure that we're incorporating that understanding into our risk-based decision. So with that, I will turn this over to my MHRA colleague, Rachel Mead, for her recorded presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Rachel Mead, a Senior GCP Inspector at the MHRA. I'll be presenting about GCP inspections that we conduct, as well as the future of those. So when conducting a GCP inspection, MHRA inspectors are examining compliance of an organisation's clinical trial research procedures and systems in accordance with the UK Statutory Instrument 2004-1031. That's the Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trials Regulations and its subsequent amendments, including 2006-1928. This gives inspectors the right to inspect any site involved in UK clinical trial activities and also describes the fees that are to be charged. The Human Medicines Regulations also give rights of access, powers of inspection, sampling and seizure, as well as describing the findings and reporting of inspections. These regulations also make it a criminal offence to obstruct an inspector during the conduct of an inspection. In terms of the types of GCP inspections performed, we have a national risk-based programme. So these inspections are generally systems-based, meaning that inspectors examine the systems and procedures used to conduct clinical research in the UK by both commercial and non-commercial organisations to comply with existing national GCP regulations. But GCP risk scheduling is challenging as the GCP ecosystem is a constantly changing environment. So there's no requirement to be registered or licensed to conduct clinical trials, and organisations are often closing, merging, emerging all the time. And that makes the GCP inspection universe very difficult to know and manage. We perform triggered inspections, usually as a result of information received by the MHRA about suspected violations of legislation relating to the conduct of clinical trials. We also accredit organisations conducting phase 1 trials, in particular those conducting first-in-human trials. And that scheme aims to make sure trials are as safe as possible and to create public confidence in the regulation of phase 1 trials. We also conduct marketing authorisation application inspections, as well as joint inspections with other agencies. As mentioned, inspectors have the right to inspect any site involved in clinical trial activities in the UK. So the types of organisations inspected is many and very varied. So this can range from small GP surgeries, who are maybe an investigator site on one trial, up to large global commercial sponsors, and really everything in between. So typically an MHRA GCP inspection will consist of 3 main parts. First of those is planning. So you'll receive a notification from the head of GCP with a request for information about your organisation. We call this a dossier, and also information about the trials that you conduct. Once received, that's reviewed by your allocated lead inspector, and they'll be in touch to arrange the inspection and provide a plan for its conduct. The second part then is the inspection itself. So that will start with an opening meeting to provide details of the scope of the inspection. During the inspection, there'll be document and data review, a review of systems, interview sessions with relevant personnel involved in the trials selected, and really that's the personnel doing the tasks, not the management, and maybe a facility tour. Lastly, there'll be a closing meeting where provisional feedback on inspection findings will be presented, as well as an outline of the next steps. So if there's any critical findings that are identified during your inspection, they'll be referred to the Inspection Action Group, who are a non-statutory multidisciplinary group which advise on recommendations for regulatory action. And then the third and final part, after the inspection, you'll receive a report of the findings and you'll provide a CAPA in response. And once that's accepted, a GCP inspection statement will be provided to close the inspection. But prior to this pandemic, GCP inspectors were already making use of remote inspections. So whether that was prior to the on-site inspection, as we've described, with a day 1 evaluation, or instead of an on-site inspection. So for example, for GCP, this has included a review of specific systems. So for example, the remote review of pharmacovigilance for clinical trials with a focus on the reference safety information. But we've also used remote inspections for taking place after an on-site inspection where there were significant issues to follow up. However, the shift during the pandemic was to complete only essential on-site inspections. So this included some triggered inspections plus those to support COVID-19. Therefore, we had to shift to mostly remote inspections. So for GCP, we prioritise systems that lend themselves to remote review. So many organisations have an ETMF, which we could easily review remotely. And with the increasing use of technology, there's a focus on how data integrity is maintained and how this is controlled, including who controls the data and is able to change it. But we try to be pragmatic, reducing burden wherever possible, particularly for those organisations on the front line. We did this as a risk-based approach, so NHS sites were not inspected unless critical to enable essential COVID-19 work to continue. Trials are evolving and becoming more complex and adaptive in design, with multiple arms, many e-systems, lots of different vendors. So naturally, with such trials, there is a focus on the sponsor oversight and how they keep track of all those changes and ensuring there are effective change control measures in place. So, for example, if an amendment requires updates to multiple documents, plans, e-systems, and so on. In order to facilitate remote inspections, we've used document exchange platforms to upload our written requests, as well as receive documents, and have found some platforms to be much more user-friendly than others. And you'll also hear more about remote and hybrid BE, so bioequivalence inspections, tomorrow from my colleague, Michael McGuinness. So what are the expectations regarding research conducted during the pandemic? So we know that due to the pressures on frontline staff and resources, prioritisation of trials had to take place at sites, with decisions on pausing recruitment and halting some trials in their entirety. We saw this right across trials from phase 1, first in human, but right through to phase 4 trials. The MHRA issued guidance on managing these trials in a huge cross-agency effort, as well as we all had to come together really to understand how to navigate this unprecedented situation. As the pandemic unfolded, it became apparent that there'd be a significant effect on the data that could be collected from ongoing trials. So with patient visits limited, the data collected would be less, and depending on the criticality of that data, this could mean that the trial objectives may not be met. So in this case, we'd advise that sponsors come and speak to the regulator about this. We also expect to see an increase in the number of protocol deviations. It is expected that a risk-based approach is taken to the documentation of those protocol deviations. So deviations that impact on participant safety and the reliability of results should be identified, documented, and then taken into account when that data is analysed. Minor protocol deviations should also be identified, and these can be documented at a trial level, so rather than at an individual level. So, for example, documenting that participant visits that were performed remotely, or perhaps that IMP was delivered directly to participants at home where this was not originally intended. Questions have also arisen in relation to the quality of the data, so where on-site monitoring has not been able to be carried out, and remote monitoring has occurred in its place. Some sponsors have felt that once it's safe to be back on site, that remonitoring would need to take place. So we'd advise that this is done on a risk-based approach. Therefore, if there are concerns about data quality or there's data that's critical to the reliability of the results of the trial, such that you'd only have confidence in that data if monitoring took place. But we certainly wouldn't see the need for remonitoring in all cases. And also trial teams had to navigate participants receiving their COVID-19 vaccines during trials and then the unblinding of treatment in those vaccine trials without compromising the trial data. So what did these remote inspections highlight? We continued our routine national risk-based inspection programme, as well as inspections of sponsors, CROs, labs and investigator sites, both for vaccines and antiviral medications. Sponsors and CROs had to set up and conduct clinical trials in a really short space of time and had to implement many new processes. So whilst it's essential to ensure processes are defined to assure the quality of the trial and these should be followed, it was not unexpected that there were some issues due to the pressure people were under. However, it is important to identify the findings for those to be considered by inspectees in relation to the conduct of these and other trials. So I just wanted to highlight a few areas of non-compliance which really were quite specific to these trials and the times that we were in. We saw an increased use of consent by professionals, so as opposed to personal legal representatives from the investigator site for consenting of adults lacking capacity. This was because personal legal representatives were not being allowed into hospitals. We also had findings identified as legal representatives were not always independent of the trial, so sometimes they were the PI or a sub-investigator. And there was also use of verbal consent only due to the strict infection control measures in place and the use of paper in hospitals. But that's not in compliance with UK law, the trial's ethical approval, or indeed the protocol. We also saw the use of deferred consent, where a sponsor had informed investigator sites that consent was not required prior to randomisation. And there were also findings because participants were not consented once they'd regained capacity. We saw the use of data from registries, for example, the date of hospital discharge, or ethnicity data, or date of death. And it was given preference over the data entered into the ECRF and authorised by a PI. There was lack of data integrity controls of laboratory data, including data being generated in a modifiable format and saved to an unsecure location, and also insufficient audit trails. We also identified that there was no evidence of samples for the primary endpoint being processed or frozen as per protocol requirements. The fast setup of ECRFs meant delays in applying edit checks, leading to non-compliance not being detected and preventative actions not being implemented in a timely manner. We also saw that non-commercial sponsor teams had edit access to the ECRF, but those changes then didn't subsequently require PI approval. We also saw that monitoring was not implemented until really quite high numbers of participants had been recruited, or a failure to identify non-compliances which could impact on the safety of participants or data integrity, and also a lack of monitoring at local labs which were responsible for management of the samples for a primary endpoint. So we really did learn a lot during the pandemic, and researchers, regulators, and those that generously participated in trials had achieved a lot really in a short space of time. And this is built on key areas such as early engagement for development of medicines, working across networks not only to deliver trials but to deliver efficacious products into the market when safe to do so, with the end goal of getting new and innovative products to patients much sooner. So where does this take us? Remote inspections have been a success. We know we were able to maintain oversight, ensuring patient safety and public health, as well as identifying critical issues, and they will continue to be used in the future. There have been process improvements too, so that's particularly around document sharing and the use of MS Teams for that, as well as using it for video calls and the large numbers of staff joining interviews. This is also a modernisation of inspections. Inspectors really are working in the same way as those being inspected, and that is remotely. Many trials are globally run with teams spread far and wide, with very little paper used. There's less of a need to be sat in a conference room at the company headquarters to look at a laptop when companies are now paper light. It also reduces the carbon footprint of our agency. We can access a number of systems remotely too, so the ECRF, the ETMF, but ePro and health records too. That being said, it isn't possible to do everything remotely. Can you tour a facility efficiently without a camera crew and a host? We have done this, but it is hard work. Can we look at individual computers or equipment? So look at system settings, network connections, serial numbers, or even physical verification of IMP supplies. It's also not easy. We've had to adapt our skills as inspectors, including managing effective interviews online and often with many more people, as it's obviously easier to dial into a call than to fly halfway across the world for an on-site inspection. And also manage access to lots of e-systems and the associated training that comes with them. But we have received a positive response from industry. We know it supports the health and safety of the company staff too. It allows for greater flexibility with work schedule of inspectees and is a motivation to continue standards of compliance, even in times of extreme change. It's also fair to say that our profile has been raised during the last few years, so it's especially important to make sure we continue to increase the trust and confidence of the public in the regulators, but also it facilitates maintenance of the pharmaceutical supply chain, it enables oversight of clinical trial activities, and continues to promote access to promising innovative therapy. So what's ahead for us? Well, the Medicines and Medical Devices Act of 2021 provides us the power to update the legislation for clinical trials. So this brings the opportunity, with us having now left the European Union, to design a world-class sovereign regulatory environment for clinical trials that will support the development of innovative medicines and legislation that reflects innovative trial design and delivery. The new international recognition procedure, so IRP, went live on January the 1st in order to speed up the licensing process by allowing access to the expertise of other trusted regulatory partners, including those in Canada and the USA. So the MHRA will retain ultimate authority to accept or reject applications submitted under the IRP, but the shared global expertise fundamental in the IRP process is designed to result in a more rapid, efficient and cost-effective process for applicants. As part of this procedure, we'll also be restarting a programme of MAA inspections. So previously we conducted these when we were part of the EU, and as these are valuable, we're going to incorporate these further into our inspection programme going forward. So thank you very much for your time today.
Apologies. Thank you, Rachel. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I'm back to provide a summary from FDA and MHRA perspective. GCP RRAs are a valuable tool for regulatory authorities to assess compliance, but will not replace GCP inspections due to their limitations, which we must recognize. And also preparation for on-site or remote inspections is pretty similar. Document review, interviews, and document requests from the MHRA perspective don't change just because an inspector is in their home office rather than a conference room in your head office. I believe that's all that we have. I'll call Commander Williams up.
Well, we are working it with the timing, very efficient. So thank you, everyone, and please join me in thanking our panelists again. They have really done a phenomenal job with the presentations have just been really informative. So I want to thank them again. So it is time for lunch. Please, again, as I've mentioned yesterday, please be kind if you see a speaker in line because they are on a time crunch so they can be back in time for their slot. But please enjoy your lunch and take advantage of facilities inside and feel free to venture outside. We will see you back at 1:12. Thank you.
Back from the lunch break. We hope you had a nutritious lunch and maybe even topped it off with a small piece of red velvet cake to help celebrate Valentine's Day. Which moves us right into our next session on agency updates, policies, guidances, and initiatives. Our moderator for the session is Emily Gebbia, Associate Director of Regulatory Development in the Office of Scientific Investigations, CDER FDA. Please join me to welcome Emily Gebbia.
All right, thank you, and thank you everybody for coming back from lunch. I saw on the restaurant list that there's a place called Insomnia Cookie, and if it was me, I would probably still be there, so kudos to you all for making it back. I'd like to start by introducing the panel for this session. First, we'll hear from Stephen Mittner, who is the head of Compliance Team 1 at MHRA, where he leads the compliance team to deliver inspections and new approaches to compliance activities related to GCP, GVP, and GLP. Next, I'll be back up to provide FDA updates. As Ray said, I'm the Associate Director for Regulatory Development in OSI and CDER, and I develop regulations and guidance related to GCP, human subject protection, post-market safety, and other BIMO compliance programs. And finally, a man who needs no introduction after his busy day up here yesterday, but we have Hossein Abid from Health Canada, who is the National Manager for Health Canada's Clinical Trial Compliance Program. So I'm going to start by turning it over to Stephen.
Okay, hi everyone. So I guess just give a very quick explanation of what I'm here to do. I'm going to talk about some of the strategy and future plans that the MHRA have and that we're working on over the next few years and have started work on now, and which basically, as you can see, relates to baseball. So what we're really trying to do at the moment is several key areas, and really our current plans and initiatives, we can put them together and just think about decision making. We all make decisions every day, and as regulators, we're no different. And just framing this as trying to hit a baseball, there's lots of decisions that get made of deciding when to swing for the ball, whether to leave it, and all of this kind of information that's processed around making that step. So if we just think about that decision as we just work through some of the things we're looking at, hopefully things will just kind of try to make some sense. So hitting this baseball, there's capability that the batter needs to have some sort of talent and some sort of training and skills to enable that step to be taken. And data, certainly in sports now, data plays a huge part. And again, a batter waiting to hit a ball has got all sorts of analytics and information fed to them now. And you only have to watch a major league game and you can see all of the tablets with all of the data on the pitcher, all the different types of spin rates, et cetera, and how data has now transformed just how that sport works. So again, data is so important for that decision making. And that, of course, links into the technology, of training techniques and all of the computer systems, radar, all these things that are helping inform that decision making. And then finally, collaboration. And here again, you've got collaboration with the teammates of sharing information, of just tips and hints, but also collaboration with the other team, which I guess is where regulators kind of suddenly might appear, in that there's a kind of reliance that there's a collaboration, that we follow the rules, that we do things in the right spirit. So all of these things are helping with that kind of activity of trying to hit that ball that you're kind of hoping the pitcher hasn't got spider tack all over their hands and then is really sort of pushing the boundaries, if you like, of what we'd expect. So those are the kind of themes as well that are driving our strategy and how we're looking to develop our compliance team. So 2 years ago, we did a lot of work of just looking at what we call the pillars of our strategy and how they support our development as we move forward as inspectors. And they fall into these 6 categories around enhancing the use of data and intelligence, upstream intervention, how we don't just rely on inspection to inform who we're working with and who we're inspecting. We can actually try and engage more away from the inspection of improving compliance. Technology is an enabler of just what tools are out there that can help us deliver inspections better and decision making, how we can incentivize people to be compliant and to look at best practice, how we can collaborate and partner, whether it be with regulators or industry or trade bodies. And then a really important one for us of capability and capacity of our inspectors, of how we train and develop and retain and actually get smarter at the way we work. So these underpin a lot of the initiatives that we're working on or we're starting to work on or will be working on in the future. So looking at these kind of themes, so capability, here we're looking at training. The world's changed. We were swapping inspection war stories over dinner this week and really just reflecting back on how things have changed over 12 years of how we would inspect, of the walking into a room full of ring binders and paper records and how now it moves, so electronic, of just how training has to evolve with what we're looking at and providing tools to make people more capable, whether it's technology that the inspector's using or actually tools to help us select where we go to inspect. This effective use of data, the days of flicking through page after page are long gone. We're now presented with huge data sets to either help us inspect or help us inform where we're going to go. And recruitment, attracting the talent of getting the people that we need and the ever-evolving requirements around training and skills. So these are a core effort of our way forward now of just looking how we develop and get more effective with the teams that we have. So data, and this is probably the largest portion of work that we're looking at the moment. Inspection planning of just all of the different data sources that are available to us or need to be available to us, whether that is information from the application steps, risk signals, product types, inspection history, compliance information. All of this data is streaming down like in the matrix, and we need a way of just pulling all of that together to help us make informed decisions of where the best place is to put our resource. Inspection conduct and data, as I just alluded to, has completely changed over the years, and now we're looking more and more about how we use the data that we're presented on to help us be more effective on inspection. So we're not spending all of our time in your boardroom reading through all of the data. We're actually processing it differently to then point us to where we need to look. So we're actually being more effective on site and obviously not wasting your time asking for you to get us lots and lots of copies of Excel spreadsheets. We're hoping that we can already do a lot of that work before we get on site. And equally, data about our own performance is important because it tells us how we are delivering our services, whether they're on time, where we may have bottlenecks, and just so we can track and trend as well what our performance is telling us about how we are delivering our inspections. So technology links into the data, and big part of what we're looking at the moment and working together with our partners is when we're on inspection of just what tools we've got to help us visualize data. So we're not relying on lots of line listings, that we're actually looking at software that will help us visualize and pick out trends and issues, whether it be from an audit trail or a line listing or any type of document. And again, hardware, just simple little things. If you've ever watched an inspector with a very small laptop, it's not quite as good as if you're at home with your big monitor and can drag and drop lots of things around. Just lots of small little things like that. How do we take notes? How do we record data? Just trying to make things more effective and life a lot easier for the people that are on site doing the work. And again, I had to put it in somewhere, artificial intelligence. We're constantly asked about it being used, whether it be in pharmacovigilance, GCP, what guidance are we going to write, what can we do? Equally, we're looking internally about what opportunities have we got to maximise this huge leap forwards in technology now, of how that can help us inspect, whether it's getting to an answer quicker or helping us with looking at all of this data of what opportunities are there just to harness this power, again, to make our time more valuable. Rather than farming data, we've got the answers or the indications of what to do and where to look. And collaboration, so hey, we're here, shows some level of collaboration with the FDA and Health Canada. So really, again, we're just building these partnerships is important to us, so sharing experience, best practice, sharing resource, learning, but also preventing non-compliance by upstream engagement. So standing here, we want to learn how effective is it, where we're giving examples of issues and findings of it, is that actually having any influence on improving compliance or addressing any issues? And also thinking about areas such as behavioural science, of how we communicate, how does that message get through and what influence does that have on behaviour? If we word something differently, will it affect the outcome? So these are all things that we're starting to look at of just how this can actually help us and help you be more compliant, and whether there's things that we can do that are a lot less stressful rather than us coming en masse and inspecting. If we can communicate and work together differently away from the inspection arena, will this actually be better for compliance and patient safety? And then we've got this interesting point here, outcome-based cooperative regulation, and James alluded to it during the opening address. What this really is just kind of trying to look at things slightly differently, rather than that there be this relationship of you do work, we come inspect, we tell you it's wrong, or right, obviously, and then it loops back round, and we just see this continuous almost sort of quality control, quality assurance sort of relationship building up. Outcome-based cooperative regulations are kind of a theory and just a paper that's already been written, where it really talks about the whole concept of actually enabling an organisation to opt for basing their activities around demonstration that they can be trusted. The idea being that if, as a regulator, as inspectors, that we're interacting with the organisation in a trusted environment where there's a lot more open communication about problems and how things are shared, then that should mean that by working together, everyone will be more compliant. A good example of this in the UK is aviation, where there's a scheme where trust is a huge part of how airlines will work, where there's a culture of if you see something wrong, you report it, and then you tell the regulator, and the regulator then works out, is this dangerous, or can we let someone fix it, or do we need to intervene? So it's looking at this whole concept of just, if that relationship changes between us as a regulator and inspectors, and there is this open dialogue of partnership and sharing information, this level of trust will build. And that's not just trust from us to you, it's trust from you to us, that if you tell us something that we need to be involved in fixing, we shouldn't then, we heard bring in the cavalry. The way we react needs to be in that trusted environment as well, that we will then work to try and fix and put things right, rather than come and take the door down and then start criticising people and raising huge actions to fix. We still need to have that line, but will that relationship evolve enough to allow compliance to improve together as a regulator and as an organisation? So this is all very new for us, and it's something that we're just trying to learn and engage with some of our partners around, but it's something that we're just pursuing. Is this a new model of compliance that we can look at in the future? So to summarise things here, these really underpin of where we're trying to go as a regulator at the moment. And just working through what we've touched on there, capability is so important to us because we need to evolve and we need to work together with our people that we inspect and our partners of how we do this, of making sure as inspectors we've got the right skills. And one thing that we've really focused and we're looking at around this is diversity. And by that I mean as much diversity of thought in that we can't all think the same way. We need to be consistent. We need to apply the law consistently and guidance consistently. But what we don't want is groupthink. We need the diversity to challenge the way we work and to challenge how we can change things and to look at things slightly differently. So that's a massive part of the work that we're trying to do now. And then that feeds into how we recruit, how we train, and how we get the skills that we need. Data's only going to get a bigger and bigger part of our job and our roles, and also how you operate. So we really need to understand how to maximize the availability of that data, and then how we use it and how we use it effectively to help us inspect and to also help us understand your operations and to be able to see any trends or any issues that might be just suggesting that they're growing and may get big, and address it before it happens. And equally, our systems need to start to inform us effectively of where to put our resource, because we can't inspect everything. So we need to be smart about where we deploy our resource. And technology enables the use of the data, us to be more capable. And we need to look at what you're doing. We need to look at new ways that we can do things, and just how we can be more effective about actually processing all this information that we're presented with on a daily basis. And then we've got collaboration. We will continue to grow our partnerships with fellow regulators, and also to engage as much as we can with organisations that are doing all of this regulated work. And really collaboration, when I really start thinking about it, one of the things that we hear so much when we're opening inspections, closing inspections, is just always the comments that we're all here for the same thing. We're here for patients and getting new medicines to the market. And then when we just reflect back on the baseball, the collaboration is that we're not the batter and you're the pitcher. Actually, we're all the batter. We're trying to hit the ball to get the medicines to the patient. And if we can work together and understand each other, then we can work forward to achieving that. So I think really that's what I just wanted to leave everyone is that, we will evolve and we will change, and collaboration is a huge part of where we want to go, and hopefully that'll be something we'll work on in the future. So thank you very much. So I'll now hand over to Emily, so thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I have to say I was impressed with your knowledge of America's pastime, but I just should point out that we do call it a field and not a pitch. So, so again, my name's Emily Jebbia, and I have about 12 minutes to provide updates on FDA's policies, guidance, and initiatives. We issued over 100 guidances alone last year, so I can talk fast, but instead I'm going to just focus on one area, and that's clinical trial innovation, which you may have been able to tell from my title, Innovating, Innovative, Innovation, and I should have added innovatively. So during my remarks today, I'd like to provide some context for FDA's efforts to encourage clinical trial innovation, highlight some of the FDA guidances relevant to clinical trial innovation, many of which have been covered by other presentations over the past 2 days, and then discuss some of the barriers to and opportunities for increasing clinical trial innovation. So I want to start by acknowledging that efforts to encourage clinical trial innovation are not new. I recently came across a Federal Register notice from the 1980s talking about a regulation update started in the 1970s that was, quote, intended to encourage innovation. So what hasn't changed is our focus on protecting the rights, safety, and welfare of our clinical trial participants, although even the terminology has changed, right? They're participants now and not subjects, as well as the need to ensure data quality and integrity. But what has changed, or why is innovation new again? Obviously, we've talked a lot the past 2 days about the technological revolution that really enables new ways of doing things. I think that there are also business and moral imperatives for change right now. So on the business side, folks have already mentioned many times the cost and increasing complexity of clinical trials. I think this also shows up in the kinds of trials that are being done, with more trials that are in rare diseases and that are being requiring study designs and study conduct in new and innovative ways. And then on the moral side, obviously we have an increasing emphasis on ensuring diversity, inclusion, and equity in clinical trials, and making sure that the patient voice is considered and incorporated. So there are ongoing efforts to encourage clinical trial innovation that are bolstered by recent legislation. It's not just a few of us in Cedar waving our hands trying to get the message across. The Food and Drug Omnibus Reform Act of 2022, or FDORA, included a number of provisions relevant to advancing clinical trial innovation, some of which I've listed here, but there are even more, including provisions specifically related to improving clinical trial diversity. And I show this just to help emphasize that there's real momentum and broad buy-in across government for these initiatives. So, many of you may have seen the famous New Yorker cartoon where you have a gentleman in an office saying, "I'll be happy to give you innovative thinking. What are the guidelines?" Well, FDA has the guidelines. We have discussed a lot of them during this meeting already on how to design and conduct trials. This includes the Digital Health Technologies final guidance. We also have the Decentralized Clinical Trials Draft Guidance. And of course, mentioned many times, ICH E6R3. We also have guidances about innovative approaches to FDA's own oversight and assessment of clinical trials, which were discussed earlier this morning, the RIE guidance and the RRA guidance. But that's not all. We have other guidances that we've released recently that are also relevant to clinical trial innovation. We have real-world data guidances. We have our guidance on considerations for the conduct of clinical trials during major disruptions. We have, I wanted to mention on this one too, we also had a public meeting in October that was required under FDORA. So not just guidance, public meetings, opportunities to dialogue on these. We have our risk-based approach to monitoring Q&A guidance, which was recently updated. We have our draft Part 11 guidance. So with all of this guidance, we see everybody running out to innovate all the time, right? Not so fast. We did see a rapid acceleration in the adoption of innovative approaches during COVID out of necessity. A lot of people have talked about that, and I think there was and maybe continues to be an expectation that these innovations are going to just continue and we'll see more and more uptake. But we actually have some signs of a retreat back to pre-pandemic norms in some of the innovative things that were tried during COVID. So this is actually from a presentation by Ken Getz from the Tufts Center for the Study of Drug Development, which he presented at that public meeting on clinical trial disruptions last October. And luckily enough, his group was doing a study of remote and virtual solutions, the adoption of them in clinical trials right before the pandemic outbreak. And then they were able to go back and look at adoption sort of at the height of the pandemic and then a few years later. And what the data actually shows is there's been a retreat in the use of remote and virtual clinical trial elements over, since the height of the pandemic. And in fact, in some cases below pre-pandemic levels. I also have just an article here from the Pink Sheet, a recent Pink Sheet article about the lack of trial applications with decentralized elements in the EU. We're also hearing about this. We were FDA and Duke Margolis had a meeting last month about quality by design and risk-based management, where this was a theme among them. So the question is, what's going on? Well, to know what's going on, we have to understand what the barriers are to clinical trial innovation. Carolee Holverson wrote a paper on overcoming barriers to the adoption of innovations. It was done in connection with a federal toolkit for innovation, so it focused on barriers to innovation and government policy, but I think they apply well outside of that context as well. And so one of the things that she did is she made a distinction between perceived barriers to innovation and actual barriers, which were often not regulatory barriers. So I don't want to discount regulatory barriers during this talk about regulatory updates. We hear concerns about lack of harmonization. We know that there are areas where folks still want some clarity, and we want to hear about that so we can address it and continue our dialogue. But today I'd like to talk about maybe whether there are other barriers that we should be thinking about. And some of these were identified by Holverson in her paper. So one of them is skepticism. And so she identified actually two causes of skepticism. One is calling things innovation that aren't. And I just would like to note that updating an SOP does not count as innovation. She also talked about a failure of previous initiatives that were described as innovation and how that can generate skepticism among teams. Another barrier is risk aversion. So this reminds me of another New Yorker cartoon where one gentleman says to another, "This is a really innovative approach, but I'm afraid we can't consider it. It's never been done before." So the article focused on the risk-averse nature of the federal bureaucracy, which she described as, I'm going to quote here, "designed for accountability more than flexibility." I have no comment on that, but I will just say, as I think Jason suggested this morning, that risk aversion may not be limited to the government. And I do think that risk aversion is common, especially among highly regulated industries. So the final barrier that Holverson mentioned in her paper that I wanted to highlight here is the barrier of status quo defenders. So those who have something to lose from doing something differently, either internal to an organization or external, that can disrupt efforts to try to do things innovatively. It's not all bad news. In her article, Holverson talks about lots of different ways the barriers to innovation can be overcome. And one of them is being able to demonstrate with evidence of real results the success of new ways of doing things. That was a theme of the public meeting on mitigating disruptions in clinical trials. It was a theme of the meeting on QBD and RBQM. And FDA has a real interest in companies getting these success stories and moving innovation forward. So I have listed here, in addition to all of the guidance that's been issued, a number of specific programs that CDER has to help companies implement innovative approaches. There's the Complex Innovative Trial Designs Meeting Program, which supports facilitating and advancing the use of complex adaptive, Bayesian, and other novel clinical trial designs. We heard about adaptive clinical trial designs this morning. The Advancing Real-World Evidence Program, which is focused on improving the quality and acceptability of real-world evidence-based approaches for labeling claims, including approval of new indications. And programs like these that provide the opportunity for increased interaction with FDA and advice are available. And so it's programs like these and similar efforts that industry and other stakeholders undertake that are going to be important to show what works and what doesn't in innovation. I recently heard a lecture by Dr. Janice Schwartz about a study her and her team at University of California did looking at motivators and barriers to participation in clinical trials among elderly patients with multiple chronic conditions. And in the survey that they reported on, 47% of respondents said that they would not participate in a clinical trial with study visits held by video only, and indicated a strong preference for in-person visits or a mix of in-person and video visits. I realize that there's a risk that in raising this study, I am reinforcing or validating risk aversion and skepticism. And there's obviously a lot to parse in the study, but I did want to mention it to highlight the need for research and real life experience so we can identify which innovations really help us meet today's challenges. And this is not just for industry, it's FDA too. We heard earlier, we're still trying to figure out the best the best way to use RRAs. We hope that with more experience, we'll be able to be more efficient and find the best use cases. But, you know, within the FDA and within industry, without experimenting, you know, we can eliminate risk, but we don't have the opportunity to learn what may actually be better ways of doing things. So I know that you have seen this slide a few times, and my thunder was stolen here a little bit by the folks in the morning, but I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to make sure that folks get the chance to see this. So CDER has opened a docket and is holding a public meeting next month on barriers and facilitators to incorporating innovative clinical trial designs. I encourage you to scan the QR codes, provide your comments, come to the meeting. I'll be there talking about innovation again. I just want to close with a quote from a classic Disney movie, High School Musical. We're all in this together. And so as we move from developing guidance to actually implementing new approaches to the design and conduct of clinical trials, we need to continue to have an open dialogue on real and perceived barriers, take advantage of the opportunities we have to innovate so we can make strides in our shared goals of addressing unmet medical need and improving public health. And just so you have no excuse, I have all of the resources here, all of the guidances, all of the programs CDER has. So I really encourage you to take advantage of them. Thank you for your attention, and I'm going to turn it over to Hossein.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again. So my presentation is about Health Canada clinical trial compliance program policies, guidelines, and initiatives. So I'm going to speak about my group, mandate, roles and responsibilities, scope of activities. I will talk also briefly about Canada's clinical trial regulatory framework. Can you hear me fine? Okay. And I will finish my presentation with key document for stakeholders. I'm trying to help you navigate all of these documentation or a jungle of documentation in a typical government website. So the clinical trial compliance program is one of many compliance enforcement programs in Health Canada. We are dedicated to clinical trial, and our mandate is to promote and verify compliance of drug clinical trials in Canada against the Canadian laws. So practically the Food and Drug Act and its associated regulations, in particular Part C, Division 5, which is the Canadian clinical trial regulations. With the ultimate objectives is to protect participants enrolling in clinical trials in Canada, but also to increase the confidence in the reliability of the clinical trial results that hopefully will be submitted in market, in drug market authorization in Canada. Our inspectors, we are about 12, 13 inspectors, small team, but mighty. And we have our authority to inspect based on the Food and Drug Act, Canadian Food and Drug Act, Section 23. And luckily, we are allowed to inspect physical location, but also virtual and electronic locations as well. So during the pandemic, we didn't have any issue to, go to sponsors and say, we need to access remotely or everything you can provide us, and it is an inspection. So in Health Canada, the oversight of clinical trial is shared between two branches or two programs. One is the science program. So they receive the clinical trial application, they do the science review, and they issue the authorization. We call them the science authority. Then compliance enforcement is a different branch, and my group is within this branch, and our mandate is inspection to verify compliance. So, but we do other things, including we have authority to suspend and cancel clinical trial for non-compliance of good clinical practices. So, scope of activities, 60% of our inspection are inspection at active and ongoing clinical trials at Canadian site, investigator sites. We do also for-cause inspections. Then the other 40% of inspection are system-based inspection of sponsor and service providers. We are initiating, starting with the Bioequivalence clinical trial inspection, Canadian site and foreign sites. And we are doing also data integrity inspection for pivotal clinical trial supporting drug submissions. So we are just starting for these last two. Of course, we initiated the compliance readiness inspection, which is an inspection before a site starts recruiting subject, hoping that we reduce the likelihood of non-compliance. We are working really strongly on the international side, because we do believe that compliance enforcement needs to be also a global activity. So a lot of coordination, a lot of sharing information, but also a lot of training and joint inspections. Oops. Something wrong with this one? So it doesn't move. All right, good, thank you. The Canadian Clinical Trial Regulatory Framework. As I said, Canada's Food and Drug Act. Then we had the Food and Drug Regulations. It's not a typo. It's like Food and Drugs Act and Food and Drug Regulation. So in case you think it's a typo. During the pandemic, we worked on it, we called interim order, then we moved to permanent regulations, which is about COVID related trial, drug and medical devices. That's another framework that we added recently. In future, we are working on modernizing the clinical trial regulation. The project started to streamline all clinical trial regulation, like drug, medical device, natural health product, and even food into one big umbrella. But it was like very challenging. So we are working now on a drug clinical trial. What we are trying to do is to harmonize with our international partners, but also incorporate the language and the recommendation from ICH-E6. And we are hoping to have these regulations coming into force by early or mid 2026. Sorry again, it's not working. All right, so we're moving now to the part to help you navigate the documentation. So there's two main web pages or links. The one is for compliance enforcement, where you can find all of our guidance. And the second one is the place for those who are working in regulatory affairs to submit, clinical trial application. That's where they found all of the forms and the application and the guidance on how to apply to conduct a clinical trial in Canada. So now I'm moving to the key document in compliance enforcement with Health Canada. So it's a one-stop for everything. We have one document that has everything about how to comply and even understand the regulatory requirements to conduct clinical trial in Canada. So this is the structure, but the key section is section 5. How we organize that? It's based on Canadian regulation. You have the statement of the provision of the article, then you have the interpretation, and the interpretation is based on ICH GCP guideline. And we refer also to other regulator documentation when necessary. And then we finish that section by providing examples of what, let's say, nice to do and what you shouldn't do. We have also references to other guidance document and the glossary. So this is how it looks when you open the PDF, but there's a web version as well. Table of content, if you go to section 5, you can see the article of regulation C05, C01. These are all referring to the particular section of the regulations. Second page, you see how a normal page would look like. You have the regulation in the gray box, then you have the interpretation, and on the third page, you have like reference to other external document, and in the gray box, you have examples. The second key document, which we use to promote consistency among our inspectors, but also to, oops, I'm trying to go back, yeah. So promote consistency among our inspectors, but also to be transparent and predictable. So our stakeholders, they know what to expect when we visit them and what will happen after the inspection. So it describes how inspectors classify observation. So an observation is departure or deviation from a regulatory requirement. So when an inspector notes this deficiency or deviation, they have to risk rate it, whether it's like critical, major, or minor. So, and based on the overall inspection, they're gonna also rate they're going to establish whether the site is compliant or non-compliant, and if it's non-compliant, there's other regulatory action or enforcement action to take. And this guide also provides a typical example of observation, and they have observation risk 1, which are critical, major, and minor. So it's a guideline that not only we use it internally to promote consistency, but also stakeholders can use it to challenge us or even to understand exactly what to expect during an inspection. This is how it looks like in the website. You have this section, how we assign. This is the second page or another slide to explain. We have here the definition of what's critical, what's major, and on the second side you have, I'm using this example, for example, the clinical trial was not always conducted according to the protocol. That's a statement from regulation. And you have what would be a critical observation, which will automatically lead to a non-compliant rating and will initiate the suspension process. And then you have what could be a risk 2 major observation and minor observation. This is like one of our key documents as well. Other important document, we have our policy, we call it Policy 30, which is the strategy for clinical trial of drugs involving human subject. This is an overarching document to explain who we are, what to do. So the purpose is to inform stakeholders about Canada's national compliance and enforcement approach for clinical trial inspection. It describes the inspection process used to verify compliance with the Act, the regulation of the activities, i.e. clinical trial related to the conduct of clinical trial performed by a regulated party at Canadian sites. So as you know, Canadian regulations apply only to Canadian soil. This is the table of content. So you can see, for example, section 4, it's clinical trial inspection. You have the risk-based site selection. That's the criteria, how we are selecting sites for inspections. This document refers also to other overarching policies and frameworks. These are for all compliance enforcement programs in Health Canada. These are interested also to know. The other key guidance document that doesn't belong to my group, but to other groups, so it's an overlap. So a Canadian clinical trial that is using an investigational product from a different country, they have to come inside Canada through the border. So these established in one of their sections, I don't remember, but you have the link. What kind of documentation you need to present to allow that investigational product in the Canadian sites? You have another document, which is the good manufacturing practices for drugs used in clinical trial. And you have another guidance document for those who wants to apply for clinical trial authorization in Canada. It gives all of the details. Now, another important element, which is aligned with the Government of Canada transparency policy. So we established a database, it's available on the website, to share with the public inside and outside Canada all of the outcome of our clinical trial inspections. So far, it includes the outcome from 2012. So what's important is what we call the inspection report cards, which provide a summary of the outcome of the inspections. And when there is an enforcement action like cancellation or suspension, it includes that as well. So this is how it looks like. So the first page is the browsing or search page. You can search by the name of the sponsor, by the location, by the drug, I think, as well. And then this is like the result of the search. And then the second page is when you hit on the inspection, you will find the sponsor name, the control number of the clinical trial, the inspection date, and the outcome or the rating. And below you will find the summary of the observation, the deviation against a section of the regulation, then a statement or generic statement. We don't provide the details, but we provide enough information. The other way is using this information, you can always approach Health Canada or through the website of the Government of Canada, and you have the Access to Information Act that allow all public to access the information of the government. So you can have the report. Of course, what we do is just we will block any personal information or any proprietary or business confidential information. But these are available. You can request them even if you are in the US or anywhere else. So that's it. So if you have any questions, there's a coordinator and submit your questions. Thank you very much. And Emily, for your okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Hossein. Thank you, Stephen. We're going to make our way out, and it's my privilege to introduce the next session, Collaboration Between Agencies and Future Expectations, and I invite Mandy to come on up and introduce that panel. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, hello everybody again. Hello to everyone here in Washington and also to everybody watching virtually. So I'm pleased to be moderating this session on the collaboration between the MHRA, the US FDA and Health Canada and our future direction. Now we've got quite a quick turnaround. So we've got the panel Q&A session and break. So I am going to ask you to multitask during the session. So if you do have any questions, please do submit them and we will try and take as many as we can. So for this session, you can consider us the ghosts of collaboration past, present, and future. You may have recognized that we were probably planning this session in the run-up to the festive period, so there's a bit of a theme going through this one. But I am honored to introduce our presenters. And first, the lady who needs no introduction whatsoever is our Lakeisha, who we've already been introduced to and who has been coordinating this event very well so far. Thank you, Lakeisha. And also, I'd like to introduce to you all Reza Salizadeh Asl, who is the National Supervisor at Health Canada. So with no further ado, I forgot to introduce myself. So you've already met myself. I'm Mandy Budwal-Jagge. I am the head of GCP at the MHRA. So I'm so keen to get on with this presentation, as you can see. So I'm going to pass on to Lakeisha to go first.
So thank you so much, Mandy, for the introduction. And welcome again, everyone. You made it to the last session of day 2. So yay. As Mandy mentioned, I am the ghost of the global collaborations past. And during this presentation, I'm going to discuss an overview of the joint collaboration between FDA and MHRA, along with Reza and Mandy. So, can you go? Okay, common disclaimer for FDA. So, over the last 2 days, we've heard the terms joint collaboration and sharing used quite a bit. But some may wonder, what gives FDA the authority to share non-public information with our global regulatory counterparts? Well, 21 Code of Federal Regulations 20.89 does. CFR 2089 is basically the communications, it gives guidance for communications between foreign officials and government officials. Basically, this statute explains that FDA can share non-public information with foreign government officials whom perform counterpart functions to the FDA, providing a written statement establishing its authority to protect confidential commercial information from public disclosure. These written statements come in the form of cooperative arrangements, such as MOUs or similar documents, and confidentiality commitments. Even with a corporate arrangement, FDA still must have a current confidentiality commitment in place with the foreign regulatory agency to share additional information. So now I know you're wondering because I can read your minds, but FDA has over 200 field offices throughout the United States and offices in foreign countries such as India and China. That's not enough to do your job? Well, as we've been saying most of the presentations, clinical trials are global. In fact, over 80% of applications submitted to FDA for drug and biological review contain foreign data, which means FDA must have a larger global presence to inspect and ensure public safety. So the next two slides are meant to illustrate the global coverage of CDER's GCP inspections in 22 and 23. And as you can see, there are over 100 inspections outside of the United States. This first slide depicts 2023. The next slide is 2022. Now, it's small, it's not meant for you to try to see all of the countries in it, but it is meant to show you how global FDA is with their inspections and the clinical trials. So, considering the increasing number of clinical trials outside the United States, it can create a challenge for regulators to inspect globally, which is why our collaborations with global regulators such as MHRA and Health Canada is so vital. If regulators work collaboratively to implement information exchanges, then GCP inspection resources can be used more efficiently. Shown on the slide is diverse approaches that both FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada has used to try to address the issues of the globalization. Again, I read that one. I'm ahead of myself, huh? So OSI and MHRA began meeting regularly in 2016. At this time, the objective of the collaboration was to exchange information related to GCP inspections, including inspection outcomes, meet quarterly, and conduct collaborative inspections and keep each other informed about trending issues or problem children. I didn't say that. Now I will turn it over to Reza from Health Canada to discuss the collaborations present. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Lakeisha. So I will, for the next few minutes, I will walk you through the current status of the collaboration between US FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada. So Health Canada started collaborating initially with MHRA in 2018. And as Lakeisha mentioned, there was an existing collaboration between US FDA and MHRA, which started in 2016. And we were fortunate to become part of that collaboration too in 2019. Health Canada is actively participates in ongoing meetings. As a trilateral group, we meet bi-monthly, every other month. And during those meetings, we discuss risk files, the common issues that are impacting each jurisdiction. For example, if there is an inspection conducted by our partners and resulted in a negative result with critical observations, that will be added to our agenda during those meetings. And the goal is to have a uniform approach to manage that risk for our own jurisdictions. Also, to avoid duplication, we share our inspection plans for each fiscal year with our partners, and this way we avoid duplication of our work. And also, we take advantage of conducting joint inspections. So if there is a chance to conduct a joint inspection, we discuss those during those meetings, and we use those to deliver our inspection program and for training purposes. I should have changed the slide. Okay. Okay. This collaboration between the three agencies has given us a big opportunity to gain a better understanding of each other's inspection procedures with the objective to harmonize and align processes. This, in return, will create a greater consistency in regulatory approach and reduces burden on you as a stakeholder. And as Lakeisha mentioned, a global trial is a global clinical trial is a global activity. Therefore, the CNE portion of it should be a global approach too. And the collaboration gives us opportunity to optimize our inspection coverage and to maximize our inspection outcome, and provides efficient use of our resources. So there are two types of collaborative inspections. One is observational, in which one regulator will conduct the inspection and the other regulator will observe the inspection. The purpose of observational inspection is to gain confidence, and it is a training opportunity and gives an opportunity to observe good practices. The other type of collaborative inspection is a joint inspection. Is in that the inspection, a joint team is formed between the two regulators, either Health Canada with US FDA or MHRA with US FDA, and they, each agency conduct their inspection following their own procedures and policies. And they enter inspection findings in their own inspection reporting system. However, the goal is to share mutual findings in order to be consistent in the outcome as much as possible. So when we conduct joint inspection, out of courtesy, we notify each other 30 days prior to commencement of the inspection. Of course, all these collaborative inspections are done in accordance to confidentiality agreement or any privacy requirements established for each jurisdiction. As I mentioned before, we share our inspection lists or inspection plans for each fiscal year with our partners to avoid duplication of our work. And also as part of collaborative work that we do, we provide a training session among all three agencies. And joint workshop. And this is the most recent example of that. And it was not possible without collaboration of the three agencies. And ultimately harmonization to align our efforts to achieve our final goal, which is participant safety and integrity of data generated during the clinical trials. The final slide gives you an overview, a general overview of the collaborative inspections completed since 2016 between all agencies. This includes both joint inspections and observational inspections. I will pass the mic to my colleague, Mandina. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Reza. So I am going to be the ghost of collaboration future. I'm sure that's not how Charles Dickens had actually worded it, but let's give it a try. So I'm going to give you an overview and really an insight into our current thinking and where we'd like this collaboration to evolve going forwards. So following on from our successful bi-monthly meetings, which started quarterly, so I have to get used to saying bi-monthly again now, we all agreed that we could do a lot more with this collaboration. It's great from where it has started from 2016 and where it's got to now, but there's just so much more untapped potential within this collaboration. So we did have a strategy meeting in London where we had thought about what more could we do and how can we be a bit more strategic with this collaboration going forward. So we do hold these strategy meetings annually, and the most recent one was last August. And we decided that we could review our current ways of working, came up with some new ideas and initiatives, which I will go through as well, and realised that actually this is quite a big project and probably has some distinct work streams that we're going to have to work through to develop some of these ideas. Okay, so what did we discuss and what did we come up with? I promise we weren't just sitting around drinking tea. We did do some work. So what we knew is that we could probably start working with how often we meet. Now, we do try and cover so much in our meetings bi-monthly, but as we know, the work that we do is so dynamic and things change very quickly. So we probably wanted to have a look at how often do we meet and what do we discuss at those meetings. So there's some work around that within our collaboration. We already share information, as both Lakeisha and Reza have said, but what information we share and how often and how timely that information is an area that we're exploring as well. So actually it can really benefit us with our upcoming inspection plans. And that's the other thing in terms of when we share the information that we have on our inspection plans, is there an opportunity there to be able to help influence each other's inspections too? We've already heard from Steve in terms of some of our compliance strategy in the MHRA, and we've already heard in terms of our observed inspections. So another untapped potential here is inspector training and how can we develop that further. So observing inspections is one of them, but we also know that technology is evolving, the clinical research ecosystem is evolving, and we need to evolve with it, as we've heard over the past few days. So there's some work around inspector training that we can do. And another key thing is our key messaging and our stakeholder engagement and any guidance. You've heard a lot about that. You're all part of that, whether you're here in person or you're online. So how can we really make best use and how can we engage with you as our stakeholders and provide information that you need in the most suitable format? Is this the best format? And are we targeting the right audience? So that's some work that we'd like to explore. Now, a really key and important aspect to both researchers and regulators is involving the participant and the patient voice in clinical trials and making clinical trials more inclusive so that the data that's generated is really reflective of the population that those medicines are going to serve going in future. Equally, that's important to us as regulators, and we're all looking now at what's our role within that. So that's an area we'd like to explore going forward too. And I've already mentioned exploring the use of technology, not just on how industry and researchers are using technology and what kind of technology we might come across, but also what technology are we using as regulators ourselves, and can we share any of that internally too? Okay, so I'm going to go through some of these streams in a little bit more detail. You'll hear a lot of repetition, so hopefully the message will sink in. So in terms of information sharing, as I mentioned, there's sharing of the inspection plans. Can we identify also common applications, common marketing authorization applications that are being submitted to the same regulatory agencies, and can we use our resources better for that? Rather than three of us coming to inspect all at different times, and you're going through the same inspection process just with a different regulator, can we be a bit more strategic in that and timely in that? So looking at those inspection opportunities, as I mentioned, whether they're observed or joint, and really sharing intelligence that we hold. So whether that's compliance history on an organization or a recent inspection finding as well. So part of that work is really looking at how we share that information, what format that needs to be in so that it's most conducive, A, to gather that information as quickly as possible, and then to send it on to each other so it's useful to us. So in terms of inspections, as I've mentioned, we're going to be looking at the training of inspectors and common applications. but also common compliance issues. So are we all finding similar compliance or significant issues on inspection that's coming as a key theme and that we really do need to tackle together? So rather than we've identified them individually and we realize that actually individually we need to work on this issue, that actually we can come together on that, and maybe we can use that as some of our strategic messaging going forward to help drive upstream compliance, as Steve had mentioned earlier. So how can we do that, and how can we drive upstream compliance? Well, first of all, we need to identify our key messages, as I've mentioned, and one of those may be some recent compliance issues we've seen. We've heard from Emily about recent guidance, and we've also heard from a number of presenters about the ICH updates too. And then looking at which stakeholder engagement opportunities there are. So we really do hope that this event that you're all attending now, you will take home some, key learnings and distribute those within your own organisations, and you find it useful. And is this the best format, as I have mentioned, or is there a particular audience that we want to target? Is it going to be not just quality assurance and quality compliance? Is there site staff? Is it data managers? Is it clinical operations? So really being a bit more strategic, and what's the best way to reach out? Is that audience reach best via presentations? We also have blogs. So in the MHRA Inspectorate, we do have blogs as well. We've seen some of the guidance documents, or is it a paper? So that's some of the work that we're looking at. So really, what's the best format of that messaging and how to get it out to as many people as possible? So to summarise, we continue to strengthen our collaboration, and personally I think it's going from strength to strength, but I am biased in that regard. And we hope to influence compliance by being more strategic, as I said, in our key messaging and exploring opportunities for alignment and harmonisation and learning from each other. We've already heard earlier about there will be some work on risk proportionality and risk assessments and how inspectors can be aligned in terms of inspecting risk assessments as well. So there's probably lots of areas that we can focus on there too. We'll look at training opportunities and information exchange, and look at our inspection opportunities as well, and continue our collaboration in terms of inspecting. Now, on a personal note, having seen this collaboration from the start and seeing it evolved as to where it is, I'm really excited to where it can lead to in future. And I'm going to take Emily's theme of Disney films, and I did want to get this in my presentation, but I didn't think our internal communications team would approve it if I put the picture in. So I'm going to take inspiration from Toy Story and Buzz Lightyear, that I really do hope that this collaboration continues to go to infinity and beyond. So that's mine. So here is a picture of some of us who, when we met in London, there were, of course, a number of colleagues who joined remotely, and I'd like to thank each and every one of our colleagues who contribute to and strengthen this collaboration. Okay, so before I go to questions and I just conclude, I'm going to, I know we have a few minutes left, we're running ahead of schedule. So to those of you celebrating, happy Valentine's Day, or as I have learned today, it's called Love Day too. So on that theme, I'm going to be really cheesy and corny right now and ask questions of my colleagues on, so if I ask you first, I'll go to you first, Lakeisha, and then to you, Reza, of what do you love about this collaboration?
So my mic doesn't work, so. Mandy, how much time do we have? Because I could honestly go on and on and on. As you, I have been with the collaboration since inception, and so I have watched it blossom into what it is today, starting from our first 2018 joint conference of 200 people, 2,000 people, to what we have today. That's what I love. I love interacting with my foreign counterparts. I love the diversity that they bring, and I love learning so much from them, because it's really an honor to be able to learn with from everyone. So do I have about 10 more minutes to go with my loves, or?
Keep going.
So I would love to pass it to Reza.
Thanks, Lakeisha. I say, what's there not to love? I love every aspect of it. It is, and in the past 2 days, I think we have showcased that how well all three agencies work well together and how closely we work with each other to make this happen. It took a lot of work. I be very honest with you. I know Lakeisha worked for the past year or more, working very hard. So I love every aspect of it. But my most the part that I like the most are the joint inspections, because the joint inspection, it gives a opportunity to learn good practices from each other, from other agencies, and work together collaboratively, and also I think it's very good for industry too, because they see, okay, we are harmonizing our expectations, right? So you deal with one, it's like you're dealing with other agencies too. Thank you.
Thank you both. God, it's going to be hard to follow. So it's only fair that I share what I love about this collaboration. And for me, it has to be the amazing and talented colleagues, present and past, that have really been part of this collaboration and are so driven to a very common goal of, driving best practice to really put the participants and patients first and generate great data from these trials, and really wanting to collaborate, not just with us, but with stakeholders too, to try and, keep up in the bar of the quality of the trials that are being conducted. So I'd like to thank you all, and a personal thank you to Lakeisha, because I don't think that this collaboration could have got to where it is today without the immense hours and support of yourself. So thank you, and to each and every one of our colleagues. And a final thank you and appreciation to all of you all for your attention during this session, as well as to you all online. We do hope that you found it useful and you have gained some insight into our current thinking. So I think we're running ahead of schedule, so you all get a bit of a longer break, and we're due to come back at 3 o'clock. So thank you all.
I love saying that.
I also just wanted to say, you know, during the registration, when folks were signing up for this symposium, we received probably in the order of 500 or so questions and comments for today and yesterday, as well as tomorrow. So these 3 days of this symposium. Additionally, you know, we've received probably on the order of, you know, maybe 100 or so questions from folks over the course of the day. So we really appreciate your involvement and your interest and attention to the speakers, and you know, hopefully we can provide a little additional clarity today. So I'd like to introduce back to the stage. We have, I'm just gonna go with first names. So we have Adel, Barbara, and Jason. All their information is on the bio sheet, so I won't go through the introductions. And that will lead us to our questions. All right, so this question is for Adel. So are the definitions of adaptive design trials standardized across all health authorities?
Not quite sure. I guess this was addressed at the last slide of my presentation, where it was stated that currently there is no full harmonization between some regulators per the ICH.
Next, for Barbara. So the questioner sees sites, especially in the USA, restricting sponsors to conduct on-site monitoring, which allows only once or twice a year on-site visits. How can sponsors comply with their monitoring plans? And can you address challenges to identify non-compliance or issues at the site level, which may require on-site review? For example, IP accountability, missing safety points like adverse events and serious adverse events, et cetera. There's a huge risk for trials with new technologies, novel trials, and early stage trials. And before Barbara answers, I'll just say this was a common question that I saw on a few different sessions. So I think everyone will appreciate Barbara's response.
Yeah, I think we got this question several times from this session. It is a problem, right? To be able to monitor a trial, you have to be able to access the information. And while remote monitoring performs, it can be used to perform a lot of the oversight, there are some things that still need to be done in person, right? So how are you going to assure that the pharmacy and the drug accountability is going to be handled appropriately if you don't have access to see the pharmacy and the storage conditions of the investigational product? If you aren't able to see the equipment and the facilities, how can you determine that they're fit for the trial? So particularly in the site selection process, it's going to be important to be able to look at the systems, look at the equipment, look at the facilities, and determine that they're adequate to meet the requirements of the trial. So if the facility is going to restrict access, there are ways to work around that part of the time, but a complete ban in on-site activities is going to be impractical for most trials, I believe. It depends, right? We're saying that all the time. It depends on the trial. It depends on the data that's being collected, how it's being collected, where it's being stored. But I think for your typical trial, there are going to be some things that have to be done in person, on-site, at least initially, and possibly at the close of the trial. So I think it's a very important part of the site selection criteria for each of the sites that are engaged in the trial. And then at that point, after site selection, it becomes probably less critical that you're actually able to be on site for all of the oversight activities. So if you're in a situation where you had authority to go on site and visit the facility to perform monitoring, and that permission was lifted from you, or you were restricted from going to the site sometime during the course of the trial, I think the best thing to do is to kind of work with the site and first verify, are there any conditions that we can meet that would satisfy the concerns that you have? So during the pandemic, our international inspection team was doing a lot of inspections in facilities in person. And there was a lot of back and forth in our pre-announcement for those inspections with the facilities, talking about what special provisions or controls would you like us to meet in order to come on site and look at the data. So whether it was providing a negative test for our inspector before they arrived on site, if it meant that we were going to be working in a large conference room with the data broadcast on a screen, as opposed to sitting side by side looking at laptop computers in order to get that social distancing in, right? So we can do that. If you want us to tour the facilities after patient care hours, we can do that. We don't have to be in the clinic exposing patients, to additional risk. We can wait until after hours to verify that the equipment and the facilities meet needs for the trial. But let's work on what we can do, what restrictions you would like to work within in order to reduce the risk to your patient population, but still meet the needs of the trial. So again, I think part of it is a negotiation with the site, I guess, when you're setting up your sites, and when the situation changes over the course of the study, do what you can to work that out, and just make sure that you're meeting the needs of the study, verifying the data that has to be verified. And you can work with them for as much of that can be done remotely as possible. And I just want to see if Jason has anything to add to that from their experience.
I'd earmark this one as a question for the next session, actually, but I'll pick it up now. In the UK, there's something called the Model Clinical Trial Agreement, which investigator sites and sponsors are required, encouraged, in inverted commas, to use. And in there's a requirement to permit that. So I took a quick image of the wording, but it says the trial site shall permit the monitor and any auditor or inspector access to all relevant data of the participants for monitoring. Such access to be on site or via remote means to be arranged at mutually convenient times and on reasonable notice. The reason for bringing it up is, in essence, it's in a contract at the beginning. So a good place to start, much as you don't necessarily want to jeopardize the relationship with the site, is there is a contract in place and there is a requirement to be able to go on site and do this, and particularly in response to the question here, where there are potential compliance issues and this kind of thing. That would start to worry me if somebody's saying, you can't come. I'm not going to let you on site. Well, all right, okay. But let's understand why that is. Is there a real need to do so because something's going on at the site? You're up to the eyeballs in COVID patients and everything's locked down and this kind of thing. Or is it more that actually something's happened and you don't want me there for whatever reason it is, and you're just going to hope that I'm going to trust your data and I can make life more convenient by you not coming? So I do think it comes back to, how are you working with the site? Is there a reason for you to go? And if there is, then fine. Have you exhausted all of your other methods for working with them? So there's a finite amount you can do by remote monitoring of records and this kind of thing. But if it's for cause, and if it's these records which you can't easily get to in other ways, or in some respects, even if it's just to go and kick the tires a little bit, because we know that you can see different things if you're there in person versus whether it's just sitting at home looking at your big screen. And ultimately, if the output is you still can't come, we're not going to let you on site, we're not going to give you access to anything, then that's when you start to need that harder conversation of, well, if not, why not? And are you still a site for us as a sponsor? As an inspector, I have the ability to demand, inverted commas, that you allow me on site. But as an auditor, as a monitor, you don't necessarily have the same. You end up having to use that power of, well, perhaps we don't want you as a site anymore, so perhaps we'll pause your recruitment while we get to a point where you can let me come, or perhaps we don't allow further studies. But I also think it comes back to your site selection. I think you need to be really clear about when and where you do remote monitoring, or when you do on-site versus remote monitoring, and the same with audits. And that way it's harder for the site to say no. But I understand the burden for investigators and their staff, and these days they're ever busier in terms of how they're working and what they need to work with. So it's the right balance. And if you use the hammer at the beginning, then you're not going to end up with a good relationship, and that relationship is important.
I did want to ask that one thing that may not be considered in some of these is involvement of the institution in the site selection. So it's maybe the investigator making that decision that you can't come on site, but it could also be the institution. So it may be that there's a need to involve the institution in that negotiation during that site selection process. So just anything else to add? Adam?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. You have a lot of knowledge and experience at the table here, so we appreciate your insights on that. So Jason, I'm going to go back to you. What are the expectations for a risk-based audit plan in relation to specific clinical trial projects? So more specifically, which types of audits, for example, investigator site audits, TMF, CSR audits, clinical database audits, should the sponsor foresee, and how many should they, expect to be requested? And what are the key variables included in these types of evaluations?
The temptation to give a hard number and say that's how many you should do. It's important to understand what the trial is and what you're trying to do with the trial. What are your key data points? What do you need to ensure to protect the trial participants, to ensure data integrity, all of these kind of things. And it's that which guides the audits you need to do. And equally, how many audits you need to do. You do the first audit and it throws out some issues. So perhaps you go and do some more, you follow your nose a little bit. If you start to assign, we only do these audits and we only do this finite number of things, then does that fully allow you to explore the issues which may be associated with that trial? So I can't give you a number and I can't really tell you exactly what you need to go and look at. It will depend on a trial by trial basis. I don't know if anybody else wants to add to that.
Thank you. So we have a little over 2 minutes and we'll try to get through as many questions as we can. So I have one for Adil. This may have been on your slide. So with respect to sponsor oversight, you had on a slide that committees recruited should have SOPs. Does this apply to third-party vendors and service providers as well? And if so, could this be addressed via a contract?
Thank you. Now, when we talk about tasks that third-party vendors are conducting, what's important here is that the tasks are laid out in a written document. That's very important. It doesn't have to be an SOP per se, as long as these tasks are laid out in detail in a written document. I'll give you an example. So if I'm conducting an inspection and I find there's a contract between the sponsor and a third party, I want to see what the third party is doing, and whatever they're doing, if it's laid out in detail in a document, then I'm fine with it. At times I find the contract has a supplementary document with it called Schedule of Tasks, and this lays out all the tasks that the third party company is conducting for the sponsor. So I'm fine with that. I don't really have to see the SOPs of the third party. As long as the tasks are all laid out, detailed, in a document, a written document, then it should be fine. Thank you. Barbara, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Adil.
Thank you.
For Barbara, what is the investigator's responsibility in overseeing vendors that investigator site is using, for example, for calibrating equipment? Or is this still ultimately a sponsor's responsibility?
I'll be quick with this. ICH E6R3. Section 3.6.6, the sponsor should provide information to the investigator on any service provider identified by the sponsor to undertake any activities under the responsibility of the investigator. The responsibility for such activities remains with the investigator. That makes it a little difficult, but so the sponsor should inform the investigator. The investigator has an obligation to oversee those tasks in the collection of data assigned to the investigator.
Thank you. And with 20 seconds left, I think I'll go to a short one maybe. And this one's for Jason. I want to give everybody enough time for each session. So Jason mentioned the UK clinical trials legislation. Is there any update on when this might be published?
I think I can hit the time limit. Sometime this year is the answer.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask Jason to stay on the stage and invite the session 2 folks down. And thank you again to the session 1 speakers. All right, so our session 2 folks joining me on the stage are Jason, Jennifer, and Richard. All right, so maybe since Jason just responded to a question, I'll start with Rick, if you don't mind. So Rick, is there any tool, or could there be, where frequent findings are listed? This could be useful for risk assessment and focus metrics.
Yeah, good question. We do have a bio inspection metrics page. It's just on fda.gov. Just go search for it. Looks like it has metrics current as of fiscal year 22 right now. And it's kind of nice. It has an overall summary for each year, and then a split into 43 observation trends, split into IRBs, GLPs, CIs, and sponsors.
Thank you. Jennifer, I have a combination question. We had some that were somewhat similar, so I'm going to try to combine these. So you talked obviously a lot about CSIs and gave some examples. So how many CSIs did Health Canada do during the pandemic, and how many have they done since? And can you also comment on the frequency, or I guess maybe that question is about like a proposed proportion of CRIs that will be conducted? What percentage of sponsors, studies, or qualified investigators may receive such an inspection? And then there was also a question about whether sponsors or qualified investigators can make requests for CRIs, and if that may help them to avoid noncompliance, so more of like an educational aspect to an inspection.
So they're CRIs, Compliance Readiness Inspection. I'm not part of the crime unit.
My apologies. So
yeah, the answer is kind of combines all those, so that's why it's good to ask it as a combined question. In regards to the number of CRIs, percentage-wise of our total inspections, it's about 10%. It was higher during the pandemic because we were halting some of our other inspections. And so it's a risk-based approach when we do a CRI, the decision to do it being based if it's a benefit to the regulated party that we're going to inspect, and if there's a likelihood of non-compliance. And we don't control the number of clinical trial applications that the Review Bureau is getting. So if they get a lot with a lot of new sponsors, new qualified investigator sponsors, then we would have based on our risk-based approach, we'd have a higher likelihood to be doing those, so our numbers could be higher, et cetera. But for now, the CRIs make up a small proportion of our total inspections and compliance verification activities that we conduct. And in regards to can we request, can a party request that? For sure, you can request a CRI. Proactive regulated parties are welcome. And we're happy that the introduction of these CRIs has been met with such enthusiasm and positive feedback. When we first started doing them, we were sending out surveys and seeing how the regulated parties were taking them. So we're happy to expand on them, as mentioned, into other areas beyond the COVID realm, because of it being developed during the pandemic. So I think that answered the frequency, numbers, percentages. Yes, questions?
Thank you. So Jason, back to you and back to monitoring, on-site monitoring. So, you gave a very full response in the previous session, but this questioner asked, specifically about ICH E6R3 supporting remote activities such as audits and SDVs. There was concern about weakening the sponsor's position of mandating on-site visits to investigate serious issues. That is, things like repeated non-compliances or serious breaches. So could you comment a little further on agency expectations with regards to sites allowing physical access to sponsor representatives to conduct these activities?
I think any site that fundamentally turns around and says you can't come, full stop, I think has probably got something that they're potentially trying to hide rather than something else. It's understanding and working with them. And as Barbara said earlier on, it's very much understanding as an organisation why they don't want you to come and whether or not that sounds reasonable. And potentially escalating that away from just the investigator's team. It might be the investigator and his team doesn't have the capacity to manage lots of on-site visits and audits and that kind of thing. And that's more of a resource issue. So then that's potentially up to Research Governance Office, R&D, whatever you want to call it, within the organisation, within the hospital, to see whether or not they can help support the investigator through. I don't believe that E6 weakens the position. I think if anything, it gives options, and I think options are important. The less people on the site that while they're doing the routine reviews using electronic health records and things, so much the better in some respects, because it allows other people to turn up and do the on-site bits that they do need to do. Like I said, I think it comes back to contracts. I think it comes back to understanding why that is. And ultimately, if you really can't get it to work and you really cannot get on site, then that's trying to work out what you do next, whether it's restricting their activities, speaking to your regulator, speaking to potentially to the ethics committee. I don't know. It depends on where you are in the world and how that functions.
Thank you. Next question is for Rick. What are the 2024 plans for FDA to complete GCP inspections of sponsors, CROs, and investigator sites, more specifically in India? The questioner also asked, for MHRA and Health Canada opinion. So if you folks have any responses to that, we'd be open to hearing it.
Yeah, sure. For FDA OBIMO, it's steady as she goes for India work. We're application driven over there. It's predominantly BEQ. Don't see a whole lot of sponsor clinical investigator sites over there, but yeah, we will continue our generous workload over there.
And any comment from Jason or Jennifer?
I need to say something similar, driven by need, really, and then we'll have our inspection program for bioequivalence, which will include sites in India.
Yeah, ditto with our expansion for bioequivalent studies.
Next question is for Jennifer. This is also kind of a combination question. So are CRI inspections yielding more compliant sites and therefore more compliant sponsors? And why are reports not generated for CRIs and CAPAs required? And what action results from these CRIs?
Interesting question for if they're yielding more compliant sites. We're having an internal discussion on that of kind of what metrics to evaluate the effectiveness of a CRI. Could it be fewer observations, lower risks as compared to our regular inspections? Perhaps, as I say, it's still ongoing. We don't really have enough, I would say, data as well to kind of confirm that or deny that hypothesis. And then in regards to why we don't do reports, this is a no data collection type, no data review inspection. We're aiming to help the regulated party comply with the regulations, GCP and whatnot. It's a collaborative type approach. So sending them a report to have to respond to doesn't seem very collaborative. It's also more of a learning inspection. It's a compliance promotion aspect. But the goal is still the same. We want to ensure the regulated parties are better prepared to meet their requirements and likelihood of non-compliance. Although we don't formally request a CAPA, we still hope that they take the findings that we mentioned during the closing meeting and take action accordingly. And also they're free to take their own notes and write down the findings. We're not stopping them from that, even though we're only giving them verbally. And actions from CRIs, as mentioned, if we're finding a lot of findings and thinking there's a risk for non-compliances in the future, we can recommend a regular inspection be conducted in the future, and we'll add that to our risk-based site selection list.
Thank you. Next question's for Jason. This morning, the term regression was used in regard to novel clinical trial approaches post-pandemic. The questioner felt that was probably a fair assessment. Investigator oversight is key to a compliant trial and should be emphasized more so in R3, but decentralized models can make oversight and even documented involvement by a CI, PI a challenge. So can your agency speak to any challenges encountered with regards to investigator oversight and alternative models? And could this be behind any of that regression or hesitancy that you referred to?
I think the word I used was reticence, but regression probably works too. The investigators have a lot to deal with, and I think it comes back to an earlier question as well, which I think Adil answered about almost things being given to the investigator. I think that it comes down to working with the investigator to work out what will work for them in terms of providing tools, providing research nurse support, healthcare at home, whatever it might be, to enable that particular type of trial. We've seen a number of examples where investigators are sort of told, the sponsors provided a service, some support, whatever it is, and told the investigator that this is how it will be. Whereas there's no guarantee that will actually work with how that investigator wants to work and the processes that they have established. So these kind of trials, there's loads of moving parts, and we were talking about that earlier on. So if there's loads of moving parts, then just by adding more and more complexity when potentially the investigator doesn't need or want that, doesn't make life any easier for the investigators. So you can sort of see why potentially they might step away from doing some of those if they're being given more and more to do and less ability to keep a hand on what's actually happening. The more things are pushed away, do they still have the ability to understand what's happening? Are they totally reliant on the sponsor or totally reliant on another organisation to tell them that things are okay? Whereas previously they'd have it all under their roof.
Thank you. And I think that's time for session 2. So thank you again for your talks, and we really appreciate it. And I'll call up our session 3 folks next. So we've got Jen, Jennifer, and Mandy joining us. All right, so I'm going to start with a question for Jen from FDA. In what phase of a marketing application are FDA, or I guess the stage of review for a marketing application, are FDA inspections usually conducted?
That is a very good question. Thank you. FDA's mission, or CDER's mission, is to make sure we have safe and effective drugs available to the public, to American people. So we have review division, CDER. They review different aspects of the drug safety and efficacy, but are the data reliable, can be used to support the indication in the application. So that's our mission, is to make sure the study are conducted according to the investigational plan and the data are reliable to be used. So to do this, we have GCP inspections. So we select a clinical investigator, sometimes use risk-based approach to sponsor and CRO inspections. So after application submitted, we select selections, we send out inspections, and we review the reports, and we send the recommendation back to the review division. That's after the application is submitted. However, during any time, during the drug development phase, if we hear any complaints or any GCP concerns from any sources, FDA will send out inspectors for inspections.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Now this is for Jenna, and I apologize. Jennifer, but I know you like Jenna. With international privacy and data sharing concerns in mind, would it be prudent to ensure that trial participants are consenting to data sharing access to allow for potential RRAs in the future?
So thank you, first off, whoever submitted this question. The answer is yes, that would be very convenient. You, as Rachel Mead from MHRA mentioned in her presentation recorded earlier today, you should be prepared for a remote inspection at all times. And so we had a number of conversations in our feasibility discussions with clinical investigator sites, and they had a number of discussions with their ethics committees and data protection officers about the specific language that was existing in consent forms that were never designed for remote transfer of data, and that specifically define that subject records can be reviewed by FDA during an on-site inspection, but don't address electronic transfer of those records to participate in a remote regulatory assessment. So I think part of preparedness for the potential of an RRA coming down in the future could potentially include inclusion of language about remote regulatory assessments and electronic transfer of data that's required to participate in those in informed consent documents kind of going forward.
Thank you, Jenna. Next, and I forgot to point out that Mandy is sitting in for Rachel, who is our remote speaker. So we really appreciate your willingness to do so. So Mandy, this question's for you and for MHRA. So in order to achieve remote monitoring of study patient records, sites are giving access to electronic health records. In general, evaluating validation of these systems isn't feasible. So does MHRA generally accept these electronic health records as fit for purpose if they require unique credentials to log in? And is there a clear electronic signature or time date attributability?
So thank you for this question. We in the MHRA have actually released a position statement on electronic health records because we were finding issues on inspections of this move to electronic health records, but they hadn't really considered the GCP aspect of those. So a lot of electronic health records were scanned images, maybe in black and white, or half the page was missing and they weren't really in order. So we experienced issues on inspection. So of course we thought, well, this must be impacting monitoring and auditing as well. So we released a position statement on that, working within the NHS on what the expectations were in terms of this GCP also needs to be considered. That being said, the electronic health record is the investigator institution system, and they should already have mechanisms to sort of validate their own system. And we're not expecting you to go and validate their system for them and do an additional validation, but actually to go and do your own assessment, probably at site selection, to see what the system looks like and is it fit for purpose for what you need in order to conduct the trial. And if you do identify issues there, to make sure that there's workarounds around that. This is also covered in the ICH E6R3 update, making it really clear in terms of what are the investigators' computerized systems and responsibility of the investigator or institution versus what is the sponsor's responsibility. So that's been really clearly outlined in ICH E6R3 in the current draft.
Thank you, Mandy. The next question I have is for Jen and FDA. So have there been any regulatory actions taken as a result of negative RRA outcomes?
That's a good question. Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, thank you for paying attention to my presentation, because I mentioned in the presentation that doesn't matter if it's inspection or RRA, as long as we have objectionable findings, observations, and then regulatory action will be taken. So yes, we have, but I cannot disclose the details because the RA results are not posted by FDA yet. So yes, we have.
Thank you. Next question is for Jenna. It's the questioner's understanding that when FDA collects, and you stated this in your talk, that when FDA collects documents from clinical sites, it's the questioner's understanding that when the FDA collects documents from clinical sites that they cannot be redacted. So why are documents shared for an RRA redacted?
Yeah, so I wanted to address this because I think this perhaps is maybe a common misunderstanding. So it's actually not true. A lot of times on our international inspections, the records that we collect are redacted in order for our clinical sites to be in compliance with their local laws. So we would not, as representatives of FDA, ever instruct you to do something knowingly that would violate your local law. We may not know always your local law, but commonly, we are told by our clinical investigator sites, I must redact this record as I provide it to you for an exhibit in order to be in compliance, not just in the EU, but also increasingly in other countries in the world, Australia, Japan, South Korea, just off the top of my head from recent experience. And then documents collected via an RRA, we do ask sites to consider redacting specifically because of the way that they are transferred to us electronically. So FDA doesn't have the capability of an in-house portal. We use a third-party service, which is box.com, encrypted service at this time for the collection of those electronic records. And there are inherent risks in the scanning and uploading of those documents that you don't have when you're being given a physical hard copy on site. And so we ask that those be redacted before they're submitted to us.
Thank you. Next question for Mandy is to discuss any process to share results of inspections or remote assessments with other regulatory agencies. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so as I alluded to in the presentation earlier, we share inspection findings where it's relevant to the other countries. So we do that as part of our collaboration, and that would include whether we've done a remote, on-site or hybrid inspection.
Thank you. A question for Jen. The questioner was interested in Health Canada and FDA's immediate response in adapting to COVID-19. So while Health Canada created a more focused approach and application to remote compliance assessment and inspections, FDA's RRA version didn't appear to be as targeted or focused. I think Jen used the term whenever when discussing FDA determining whether or not to conduct an RRA. So how can sponsors prepare to work with FDA on RRAs?
Thank you. This is a great question. I'd like to thank to the person who asked this question because, sorry, if I have caused any confusion. So in my presentation, I talk about when FDA may request RRA. The question is whenever, if RRA we believe is appropriate for GCP oversight. However, in my presentation, I did not talking about the scope and the focus of RRA. Yes, we agree with Health Canada that the RRA should be focused and should, if you agree with FDA to have a RRA, and we should be able to provide you the focus and the scope of the RRA and the schedule of meetings, the details, yeah, should be focused.
Thank you. And another question for Jenna. During RRAs or on-site inspections, does FDA obtain access to TMFs or electronic records without having to view them over the shoulder? If not, are there plans to make this access to electronic records a requirement?
So this is a recent change in our procedures. We were previously not able to have direct access to any electronic systems over the course of an inspection, but that has actually since changed. Specifically for BIMO inspections, we're able to obtain direct access provided we're given assurances that our access is read-only, and we're provided an assistant essentially to describe the layout and format of those records.
Thank you. And with time about to run out, I think I'm going to move on to session 4, and we're going to give them an opportunity to answer some questions. So thank you all very much. So I'd like to call up folks from session 4. We have Emily, Stephen, and Hossein joining us. Hello. Thanks. All right, so I'm going to start with a question for all 3 of our panelists. Is there a plan for creating a more collaborative culture between industry and the regulators? And since Emily is just to my right, I'll start with Emily.
Okay, great, thanks. I feel a little bad, like I hope this question came in before my slides showing all the ways that we're trying to collaborate. And I assume that they mean beyond this meeting here today, which I think is a great opportunity for industry and regulators to interact. But, you know, all kidding aside, to say that there's a plan for a more collaborative culture, I think we're already doing a lot of collaboration through this meeting, through other meetings that aren't just regulators, but obviously have industry involved as well. I did show a slide with all of the different programs CEDAR has with opportunities for industry to come in, and it's not just sponsors, it's also patient advocates and other stakeholders. We really do want to hear from you, and I know that it's true for other regulators as well, that there's a lot of opportunities to engage in dialogue and collaborate so that we can help move things forward.
And if Stephen or Hossein has any comments, anything to add to that, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I think events like this are, a good example of driving collaboration. I think it's very much as well the cultural shift that we're just not here transmitting and you receiving, that we get that loop of challenge and question coming back to us and vice versa, so we can actually engage and discuss issues, initiatives, etc. And then also I think of from our perspective as well, and I guess from yours, of making sure we're engaging with the right people. It was a big thing when I was in industry of, commercially, are we speaking to the decision makers and making sure that how we're interacting is that the messaging is getting to the right people to help you to facilitate change, and also to make sure that we're receiving the messages from you that will then facilitate change with the way that we work. So there's plenty of opportunities and initiatives, and I think we just need to get that sort of cultural trust and collaboration part moving forward, and then I think a lot of it will sort itself out.
Thank you. I agree with Emily and Steve. So collaboration is fundamental, of course, and in Health Canada, this is what we do, and if there is a room for improvement, of course, we can improve. Just to give you an example, all of our guidance and policies, whether they are clinical trial or any other health matter like GMP or cannabis or anything else, we do it in a consultation mode. So we engage our stakeholders, we share with them the draft, we collect comment, we address all of them, we meet with them face to face, like we are doing everything that we can do to increase collaboration and to be at least meet the expectation of the industry. So at this moment, I can say that we're happy with the level of collaboration, but if there is a room to improve, why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is for Stephen. The questioner asked, what is upstream intervention at MHRA?
So it's an intervention that's upstream. So
very much clearer.
Yeah. So I guess if we think about interactions with the site or an organisation in isolation, we have an inspection, and that's when we see you and you see us. And then the sort of classic interaction would be we do an inspection, we may or may not cite issues, and then the site goes away, fixes it, and then we come back again and we find something else, and then we go away and we come back again. So the way we look at the upstream intervention is can we help and improve compliance by the way we engage before that inspection cycle? So for instance, an event like this or stakeholder groups. So one thing that we're looking at with our strategy is that, okay, if we do an event like this or a specific event, how effective is the messaging? Is it getting to the right people? Are we saying the right things to help improve compliance, or are we just transmitting what we want? And so we need to work out how we can measure the effectiveness of those engagements, and also looking at other routes to try and help and improve compliance, whether it's from blogs on the internet or working with specific organisations or trade bodies that may have an influence over a sector with training or education, just so that we can try and use all of the tools and levers that we've got that can help improve compliance without it just being an inspection and a report, in that there may be other routes of how we can communicate a message that will help compliance improve over time with organisations.
Thank you, Stephen. Hossein, the questioner asked, is there an updated timeline for the regulatory modernization of Division 5 regulations?
Yes, there's tentative timelines. We're hoping that by early 2026, the new regulation will be coming into force. However, this can change because they're not firm yet, but at worst could be spring or fall 2026. Thank you.
And additionally, Hossein, the questioner asked about GUI 0100 and whether it was expected to be updated with the ICHR3 updates.
Absolutely. All of our guidance document, including Guide 100, will be updated based on new regulation or with the publication and the adoption of the ICH E6 R3. And of course, we will do it in a collaboration way with the industry and with the I'm pretty sure for the ICH E6 R3, there will be a training session in Canada to our stakeholders. And also with the new regulation, at least 6 months before coming into force, we will start training, meeting with industry, doing all of this compliance promotion to make sure that they understand the new requirement, but also to help them comply quickly and also help our industry to build that relationship to make sure that the new regulation will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. From our registrants, we did get a few questions that I noticed earlier this morning about whistleblower protections. I will open that up to Stephen in a second, but I just want to say, you know, I'm a team leader in our compliance oversight branch, so we field a lot of, we call them complaints or referrals from a variety of sources, and we handle a lot of the directed and for cause inspections. I think there's a different understanding of what a whistleblower is in a lot of areas of the world. I think what I'll say is for FDA, I would just direct anyone who has questions about whistleblowers and whistleblower protections to look at our website for the Department of HHS, so Health and Human Services. In particular, Office of the Inspector General has some good information on definitions for what a whistleblower is and what the types of protections for whistleblowers exist. So if there is interest in that, you can look to that website for more information. But I'd love to open it up to Stephen or Hossein if they have any other additional comments about whistleblowers.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a very similar position that we'd say, you know, please look at our website because there are ways people can contact the agency with complaints or blowing the whistle, and there are protections that are in place. So certainly at the MHRA, if we do receive anything like that, there are SOPs and there's ways of working that will protect the identity of whoever's approached us with information. And we have some very strict guidance that we need to follow, which takes it all the way through if we do need to do an inspection of just how that's managed to protect any sources of information. And I think equally the wider piece on this is just, you know, things go wrong or things don't quite go according to plan. And it just comes back to this, how do we communicate between ourselves from an organisational point of view as well. So obviously in the UK, we've got serious breach reporting systems for clinical trials where it's laid down in our regulations with definitions of when a sponsor should contact us and then discuss it. And I think the important thing here is as well is that it's not just a kind of linear thing that happens, that something goes wrong, you tell us, and then we decide what we're going to do to you. There's an awful lot of work that say Mandy's team will put in when we get these reports from organisations. We'll then work with the company. Okay, there may be some regulatory issues, but for example, if there's a problem with an IMP, the consideration will still be the participant or the patient of what the impact is on them and how the best way to manage that care is while still maintaining the regulatory oversight of it. So this isn't a kind of policing action that happens. It's just identifying issues and then working out how we protect the patients and also make sure that we maintain the regulatory oversight and making sure that everything's reliable and everything's in order. So I think that's an important thing as well. It's not, we're not talking about telling tales and then, you know, teacher coming and disciplining. It's about, yes, it's gone wrong. How do we fix it? And then, yes, how do we stop it happening again? So I think that's a really important message when we go back to the whole culture and collaboration piece as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, nothing to add. I think we are aligned with the MHRA and the FDA.
well covered. Thank you.
And I think that's it for session 4. Thank you very much. Finally, to wrap this up, keeping you all from wherever you're headed next, is session 5. I'd like to invite Mandy, Lakeisha, and Reza up. So first question will go to Lakeisha. Does FDA share full inspection reports, or are the reports redacted before being shared with MHRA or Health Canada?
Yeah, great question. So we do share our inspection reports and other documents with MHRA and Health Canada. Within CDER, they are sent for clearance first. Sometimes they are redacted depending on what's in the report, but the full inspection report is sent for clearance before it's shared. So sometimes, yes, it is redacted.
Thank you, Lakeisha. And Reza, what's been the most significant impact of the trilateral relationship?
The most significant impact of the trilateral relationship is to align our efforts by working together towards achieving our common objective, is to ensure participant safety and integrity of the data generated during the clinical trial. And also, this is a collaboration is extremely cost effective too.
Very much. Agreed. Mandy, will there be more harmonized guidance coming from the 3 agencies?
Okay, great question again. So one big piece of harmonized guidance that's coming out, which all 3 agencies are part of, is the ICH E6R3 update. And I know that just doesn't just involve us, but all the ICH regions in that. But this is like an aim and a goal going forward in terms of which areas can we harmonize more on. And even when we do produce guidance, and even if it is individually, you know, we do talk to each other. We do get a feel for what's your current thinking on this. And we're pretty much aligned on that already. So there's, if you think of the big themes in each of our guidances, the big themes are very much aligned, and they all come back to data integrity and protecting the participants and public health.
Thank you. Lakeisha, you're up next. You mentioned FDA's authority to share documents comes from 21 CFR 20.89. Could you go over any differences between CFR and MOUs and CAs and CCs? And maybe remind everybody what some of those mean.
Okay, sure, yeah. So the CFR, which is the Code of Federal Regulation, which I did mention in my presentation, is the statute that gives up federal agencies the authority to do certain things, which we must follow. Within the CFR, as I mentioned, there is a statement that says there must be a written agreement in place for FDA to share information, and that's where the CA, which is the cooperative arrangement, comes in. The CA within the FDA is the cooperative agreement that we use to share information. The cooperative arrangement is also sometimes called an MOU, so there are other names for it, but the big point of it is that it's a written understanding that FDA can establish with one or more foreign government or international partner that describes the willingness and good faith of intentions of FDA and its counterparts to engage in cooperative activities. Now, with that being said, the CC that you mentioned, which is called the confidentiality commitment, it is a document that sets the legal framework for FDA to share certain kinds of non-public information with FDA counterparts in foreign countries. So although we may have a corporate arrangement with a company, with MHRA and Health Canada, we also have to have a CC, which is a confidentiality commitment in place to share documents.
Thank you. Mandy, you're up next. With all the sharing and the love you referred to between the agencies, do you also envision there will be more joint inspections going forward?
Yes, so I certainly hope so. That is the aim. I think we've mentioned it in the presentation already of how can we utilize our experience and our resource more effectively, how can we have that wider reach. So that's definitely the direction of travel and an area that we're exploring. And you saw on the graph that Reza presented of how many we did pre-pandemic, and then of course we had that big blip, if we're going to go with the Avengers theme, that happened. And now it's about let's ramp that back up and see how we can move forward with joint inspections again.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Lakeisha and ask if FDA goes to a CRO to inspect the TMF for an NDA pre-approval inspection. Man, we love our acronyms, don't we? And the CRO is located in the UK. Will MHRA be notified? If yes, is there a potential that MHRA and FDA inspectors show up together during the inspection?
Thank you, Ryan, for that question. The short answer is yes. So within the Office of Regulatory Affairs, when we conduct inspections in foreign countries, they do notify the authority within that country as a courtesy, just to inform them that we will be there. It's typically we try to give at least 30 days, but of course with the foreign travel planning, sometimes that can change. But overall, yes, we do try to give at least a 30-day notice. And sometimes it depends on the type of inspection. If it's maybe a triggered or a for-cause inspection for FDA, the other foreign country, they may show up and observe with us. But if it's a routine inspection, sometimes they will, sometimes they may not. But the short answer is yes, we do notify them in advance that FDA will be within their country.
Thank you very much. Back to Mandy. Is the collaboration between the agencies limited to exchange of inspection results, or do the agencies rely on each other's results and take that into consideration to avoid duplication?
Okay, so that is a future goal to see what we can do in terms of joint inspections, as well as if we've already conducted an inspection of that marketing authorization application used by the other agencies within the collaboration, and if it meets a certain requirements. That's an area of work to explore. But in the case study that I presented yesterday, that was an example of where the inspection outcome was shared with other regulatory agencies within this collaboration, and then they were able to use that to then inform what they needed to do next. So rather than actually repeating and starting from scratch, they had some information of areas already covered, and they could explore other areas. For example, go to maybe foreign sites that we weren't able to inspect to look at the data further.
Fantastic. Reza, what criteria or considerations does Health Canada utilize when they're selecting submissions for a joint inspection? Maybe this is something that's been discussed among the three agencies, yeah.
Right. So the main criteria we consider for conducting joint inspection is timing. It's in order for Health Canada to inspect, we need to have that CTA, that submission received by Health Canada. So timing is the main criteria. If we have that CTA too, then if it's a common interest for us too, then we are interested to conduct joint inspection. And if we don't have that CTA and there is an opportunity to do collaborative inspection, it falls into the other criteria that I spoke during my presentation, is observational. So we try to observe those inspections.
Great. Final question, and this again is more sharing love. So this is kind of open to anyone, but maybe I'll start with Mandy since she's to my direct right. Do you foresee engaging other agencies, for example, EMA, PMDA, Pan-African Agency, in any collaborations?
Okay, I'll start and then I'll pass on to my colleagues to answer, because you know, there are different collaborations within each agency, but we're also looking at some of the more sort of bigger collaborations that we have. So one of the collaborations that we do have is PICS, and we're creating an expert circle for GCP within that. And there's also one for pharmacovigilance. So for GCP, that means where we're really concentrating on inspectors and inspectors training and guidance and harmonization. So that's a very new area that's being explored specifically for inspections. So there's PICS, and then Within the MHRA, there are other collaborations as well. We have the Access and Project Orbis, so we're looking into those areas too. So we continue to collaborate with other agencies going forward. So I will pass over to Lakeisha.
Thanks, Mandy, and great question. Within FDA, there are other collaborations, but specifically within OSI, we do have a collaboration with EMA and PMDA. It's very similar to our MHRA and Health Canada collaboration, where we meet bi-monthly to discuss common applications. That started in 2009. The goal, and I think Mandy kind of alluded to this in her presentation, is to invite other agencies into the collaboration, because it's always better for us to do more. You can do more with less. So that's the goal. But we already have collaborations in OSI with EMA and PMDA. Thank you.
So obviously, of course, our primary collaboration is with US FDA and MHRA, but beside that, we welcome any other collaboration which can enhance our ability to safeguard our mandate is to protect Canadians. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Session 5 completed. All right. So now I'd like to bring Dr. Grandinetti back up to the stage. For those of you who may not have been here yesterday, Dr. Grandinetti is a reviewer and subject matter expert in the Good Clinical Practice Assessment Branch of the Division of Clinical Compliance Evaluation and Office of Scientific Investigations and CEDAR at FDA. She's going to provide kind of a wrap up and some closing remarks.
Thank you, Ryan. Wow, what a great second day. So I am honored to be giving the closing remarks for day 2. And in full transparency, to get this gig, I had to promise management that I wouldn't go rogue on the closing remarks. So I'll be good, I'll be brief, and I'll stick to the message. All kidding aside, today can be summed up into 3 main themes. The first theme is a recurring theme of this and past symposiums, and that is risk proportionality. And really understanding how adopting and implementing the risk proportionate approaches provide flexibility in applying the E6 GCP guideline to the conduct of the clinical trial. The second theme is transforming adversity into opportunity, how disruption from the pandemic created opportunities for positive change. And then our third theme today is collaboration equals harmonization and innovation. So let's start with the theme of risk proportionality. Yesterday, we learned that the E6 GCP guideline is currently undergoing its 3rd revision that emphasizes using a risk proportionate approach throughout the clinical trial lifecycle. Today, we heard how the risk proportionate approach carries over to sponsor oversight. Because not all trials are the same, and there is no one-size-fits-all approach to sponsor oversight, sponsors should use a risk proportionate approach to their trials, to oversight of their trials. And that oversight starts with quality by design. You should identify your critical to quality factors specific for your trial. You should conduct and document your risk assessments and implement risk management and oversight strategies that are proportionate to the risk to participants and the importance of the data collected. Another important takeaway from the sponsor oversight section is that while there seems, and I think Jason used the word reticence, by those involved in the conduct of clinical trials to adopt risk proportionate approaches, regulators have supported and continues to support this approach for at least the last decade. Another takeaway is focus on what matters. We heard that the goal isn't perfection. The goal is not to make major screw-ups in the important places. It is about shifting our focus from data perfection to what is important to data reliability and subject safety. We also heard from Adil about the importance of sponsor oversight when using complex trial designs. So for example, those that are adaptive in nature, use diverse operational approaches, and use real-world data sources. In conducting these types of trials, advantages and limitations exist. And it would be important in trials with complex designs that a sponsor's approach to oversight be risk-based. Sponsors should prioritize the critical data and conduct, again, their risk assessments. And these assessments should be updated as the trial evolves and changes. And sponsors should also have robust change control processes in place. Barbara told us about the expanded use of service providers to perform study-related activities and how sponsors must be thoughtful and exercise due diligence when selecting and overseeing these service providers. We heard several case examples illustrating important areas where we've seen study conduct issues. And Barbara also provided us with some excellent tips on what should be considered when using multiple service providers in a trial. For example, sponsors should ensure that the contracts with the service providers are well written and tasks and responsibilities are clearly outlined. While risk proportionality was a recurring theme in session 2, that session's overriding theme was how we transformed adversity into opportunity. Strategies for surviving the pandemic not only facilitated faster adoption of more flexible clinical trial designs, operational approaches, and use of real-world data sources, but it facilitated important changes in how regulatory agencies operated. Regulatory agencies had to think out of the box and develop innovative and alternative approaches to conducting inspections and regulatory audits to assess clinical trial conduct and regulatory compliance. Jason described how trials were adapted to include many decentralized elements during the pandemic and how the pandemic forced us to adopt widespread risk proportionality rather than just considering it as a good to have. Jennifer described the positive change that happened in Health Canada as a result of trying to survive the pandemic and how our colleagues in Health Canada started conducting compliance readiness inspections. We heard about their methodologies and their processes and procedures for conducting these inspections, along with case examples and some lessons learned from these case examples. And Richard explained how FDA also had to adapt and develop alternative ways of assessing study conduct and regulatory compliance during the pandemic by conducting remote regulatory audits. In session 3, Jen, Jenna, and Rachel took a deeper dive in helping us understand the pros and cons of conducting remote inspections and regulatory audits. We received some good insider information on what's involved in the planning of these inspections, how these the resources that are needed, how remote inspections are conducted, and some inspection findings that were observed during these remote inspections. All of our regulators detailed the limitations or hurdles to conducting inspections remotely, with Jenna telling us that a big hurdle for FDA inspectors are local data privacy requirements when inspecting international clinical investigators. Overall, though, the way we had to conduct inspections during the pandemic was a positive outcome for change. It was how we transformed adversity into opportunity. It's clear that remote inspections are a valuable tool, and we will probably be seeing more of these in the future, provided we can work through the hurdles. The third theme today of collaboration equals harmonization and innovation sums up the last 2 sessions. When we collaborate, we open ourselves up to new ideas and approaches that we may have ignored on our own. We challenge each other's assumptions and biases, and we build on each other's strengths. Collaboration is essential to innovation. No one can whistle a symphony. It takes an orchestra to play it. MHRA, FDA, and Health Canada are working towards modernizing our thinking and our respective countries' regulations governing clinical trials. Steve, Emily, and Hossein each highlighted the many efforts that are being undertaken to advance innovation in clinical trial design and conduct. And these efforts have already led to more efficiently designed and conducted clinical trials, and they will hopefully continue to go in that direction. Finally, Lakeisha, Reza, and Mandy talked about how we collaborate with each other to share inspection resources and information, to learn from each other, to observe each other on inspection, and to conduct joint inspections. And the collaboration really helps us to harmonize how we do things together. And then we heard of the promise of more things to come with this collaboration in the future. So in closing, let me leave you with one thing in particular that resonated with me, and that is actual obstacles to innovation are more often rooted in tradition than the perceived barriers of burdensome regulations. So one of my FDA colleagues told me once that most of her life mantras are from Disney movies. So in honor of her and to keep the theme going for all the Disney quotes today, I'm going to leave you with another Disney quote. So just because it's what's been done doesn't mean it's what should be done. So bonus points if you know what movie that's from and if you know what FDA colleague uses Disney as all of her life mantras. So basically, if you have always done it that way, then it's probably wrong. So let's just keep moving forward, opening up new doors and doing new things. So thank you for your presence, your participation, and your persistence in all of our shared goals.
Just some reminders, and I think that's it. Thank you very much.